Good morning, conference. It's the Ides of March. Let's hope that's not a portent for any of our speakers. And welcome to F15, which you'll find on pages 6 and 7 of today's conference daily. Can I please remind all speakers to keep to time so that I can call as many of you as possible? I'll now ask Abriel Jerram from Durham to stand by and call Victoria Collins from Harpenden and Berkhamsted. Thank you. To propose the motion.
Good morning, conference, and congratulations, first of all, for getting up on this Sunday morning, but this is a very important topic, so very pleased to see you here. And indeed, conference, we are reaching that global tipping point. Parents, teachers, and notably young people themselves are waking up to the harms from social media. And for me, it's been crucial that the voice of young people are at the heart of the action that we take. And that's also why I carried out a Safer Screens tour, speaking to teenagers about their views about the online world. They've spoken about brain rot, addiction, the extreme content they didn't want to see, but they also spoke about the good they get from the online world, and that they want to protect. But during that tour, I was also pulled aside a school in Harpenden where some young women shared with me their concerns about growing misogyny lived out from social media. Around the same time, a mother emailed me about her daughter who had been non-fatally strangled in a club because someone had indeed lived out their experiences online in the real world. But their concerns are not just about content, it's about addiction. So let me be clear, the core of this issue is that we are living in an attention economy. All of us, our children, young people, we are the product. It is your attention, your focus, your time that is being sold to line the pockets of tech billionaires. Around the world, countries are banning social media for under 16s and under 15s, taking on the social media giants. In the US, we see landmark cases taking social media apps to court around their addictive design. In Australia, as I'm sure we all know, they've banned social media for under 16s. But they're implementing this by a very wide definition of social media, and where the Communications Minister, in consultation with the E-Safety Commissioner, essentially, between them decide what services are in and what is out, based on that wide definition. That's meant you're left with a situation where YouTube is banned for under 16s, but not YouTube Kids, with no real clarity over why one is and one isn't. It's also left the government playing a game of whack-a-mole, deciding on what platforms are in or out. France and Spain have followed similar suit with a similar type of approach. But here in the UK, parents, teachers, young people are calling out for action. The Conservatives have jumped on a blanket ban, and that's after they wanted to water down online safety in the last Parliament. But many organisations, those experts including UNICEF, the OECD and EU Kids Online, find no robust evidence that blanket bans reduce harm. Labour have simply dithered and delayed. While these issues have been growing on the agenda, Labour have seemingly been scared to take on big tech. They eventually came out with a consultation and are attempting to push the outcomes of that consultation through secondary legislation, which means it has so much less scrutiny. In the meantime, it is the Liberal Democrats who've been leading the work on online safety, taking on tech giants and looking for real solutions to protect freedom. That freedom to connect and learn, as well as the freedom from harm. We were the first party to put a vote on banning addictive algorithms, taking on the tech giants. We've also called for health warnings and a doomscroll cap for under 18s. It's the Liberal Democrats who've also worked hard to learn from Australia, to work with charities and experts and forge a better path. That's why the Liberal Democrats are calling for a ban on social media, but not like a blanket ban, but this film-style age rating. One is a harms-based approach which holds tech companies to account and sets a world-pioneering approach to online standards, preparing for a future that has already arrived. It puts out a framework that ensures that the power is not in the hands of the few. And this harms-based approach is backed by over 40 charities and experts, including the NSPCC and Five Rights, who are really passionate about ensuring that young people get the best of the online world. These charities also work to protect children, stop violence against women, and make the internet a safer place. When it comes to films or products, even board games have had age ratings for years. And yes, we've voted for action in Parliament, but we have spoken against that blanket ban and pushed the government to take a better path. We are not jumping on simple solutions, but we must hold tech companies to account, and we don't believe in handing power to a Secretary of State. And so I thank the Young Liberals for working so hard and helping set out this Liberal vision, pushing back on that blanket ban, ensuring that we have an approach that holds the tech companies to account and ensures that young people get the best of the online world where they can connect and learn but are protected from the worst. And that conference is why I urge you to support this motion, and thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Victoria. Can I ask Sarah Anderson from Southwark to stand by, and I call on Abriel Jerram from County Durham to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Conference. Let's ban social media. No, don't worry, not really. But it sounds good, doesn't it? It sounds bold, it sounds tough, it sounds like action. Who cares that the evidence says that doesn't work? That it displaces people, vulnerable young people, to even more dangerous and unregulated online spaces, that vulnerable or isolated people may be left yet more isolated. After all, blanket ban polls pretty well. So who cares about all that? Well, I'm hoping quite a few of you do care, and if you do, please hold on to that feeling. It is a big part of what makes you a Liberal Democrat. So, if we're not going to do a ban, what do we do? Absolutely not nothing. No, the dangers are absolutely real, and we should never let social media companies off the hook for the harm they have caused, often deliberately, with no other objective than getting people, especially teenagers, looking at their phone screens and doom scrolling for as long as possible. No consideration for the damage to their mental health, that young people are being fed more and more bigoted content because it gets people's attention and brings money to those companies. So who cares? Once again, conference, I think you do. So, here's the plan, pros and the motion. To follow the evidence of what precisely is causing the harm and focus laser-like the campaign department does on our target seats, and creating accountability where it belongs with the social media companies, by forcing them to declare, through age ratings, which content they think is safe and which is not, and then following through. By keeping young people safe from that awful content, which brings the benefits, the great benefits of the innovation of the online world, it brings the whole thing down. Targeting directly behavioural advertising, which is designed to be addictive and harmful, and the algorithmic amplification that pushes people down rabbit holes with no other consideration in mind than the bottom line and profit. In short, this approach is precise, it is evidence-based, it is liberal. It also may be politically difficult to sell, as we are in a time where people are understandably impatient with all politicians and want to see us take bigger and bigger swings. But this is a liberal approach, it is the evidence-based approach, and it just might work. So who cares it's difficult? Not us, conference. After all, who joined the Lib Dems for an easy life? Thank you.
Thank you, Abriel. I'd like to ask Charlie Larkin from Chelmsford, Malden and Braintree to stand by, and I call on Sarah Anderson from Southwark to speak.
Hello, conference. I got my first smartphone at age 11, but I got my first iPod Touch when I was in year 5, which is effectively a smartphone but without any of the phone signal that allow you to communicate on the go. As soon as I got that smartphone, at the grand old age of 9, I think, I was subject to cyberbullying. Our primary schools are not any different from our secondary schools when it comes to the safety the safety threats that children face online. When I was around 13, I would say, I started watching YouTube. And I started by watching gaming YouTubers, mostly The Sims, but also more violent games. And then I fell into skeptic YouTube, where people, having grown up in an evangelical household, I was trying to find people who shared my doubts and struggles with the faith that I'd grown up in. That skeptic YouTube turned into anti-feminist YouTube. That sort of skeptical approach to the world was seemingly a shared viewpoint for those two communities. But then that anti-feminist YouTube turned into right-wing YouTube, and I found myself saying things that I would now find abhorrent. It was only when Trump was elected in 2016 that I managed to snap out of it and find a more positive politics through the Lib Dems. But I look back now and see how that cycle of radicalization, if it can happen to me, it can happen to anyone. It's one of the reasons why I'm really passionate about better social media guidelines for young people. Conspiracies are rife in schools. We hear it all the time from teachers that they are having young people bring things up in the classroom that they don't understand where they've got it from or how they're meant to counter it. The current rules around political impartiality with teachers mean that they find it really difficult to counter things and knowing where the lines are and how to not cross them. And parents are terrified of the impact that social media is having on their children. But what we have found in polling is that every time they are offered an alternative, they prefer that each time. So on child-friendly versions of social media apps, 53% of parents would pick that over a blanket ban picked by 39%. In the same way, 55% would prefer stronger parental controls over a blanket ban. So while parents are terrified, and they are, when you just ask the question, would you support a blanket ban on social media, they say yes. But when you actually propose real alternatives like we are doing, they end up being far more popular than the blanket ban suggested. That means that we have a real opportunity with this policy to be the party that's listening to parents and offering them those solutions that are more popular in a mainstream political way that allows them to see their kids learn how to use social media safely and have access to those online environments. I am still addicted to social media. I'm not sure I ever won't be, because of the way that they are designed. And my favorite part about this motion and this policy is that it doesn't treat children as a separate class of being to adults. We all struggle with addicted algorithms. We all struggle with harmful content. And one of the things about this motion is that it says that these safety features shouldn't just be restricted.
Can you call your remarks to an end?
Yes, shouldn't just be restricted to young people. And therefore, I hope that I would benefit from it just as much as a 12-year-old would. Please support this motion.
Can I ask Tara Foster from Southampton to stand by, and I call on Charlie Larkin from Chelmsford, Malden and Braintree to speak. He's a first-time speaker.
Hello, conference. I am here today to implore you to vote in favour of this motion. Young people deserve protection online, but a blanket ban will not do this. Rather than ban social media for under 16s, we need a more nuanced approach to regulate social media. For too long, social media companies have got away with pushing extremist ideologies to young children and unsafe content. A blanket ban would simply let these social media companies off the hook, and that's something we cannot let happen. We are the Liberal Democrats. We believe in a free and liberal future for our children, and a blanket ban does not do this. It is fundamentally illiberal and goes against our core values. Not too long ago, I was under 16, and at times during secondary school, I felt like I did not belong. But the magic of social media is what made me feel accepted, and what made me get to the person I am today, where I accept who I am and comfortable living in my own skin. There are countless people who are just like me, living as an under 16, and social media can be a crucial tool to their future, to accepting who they are and realizing that they can be accepted. So conference, I implore you, listen to the younger generation and listen to what we have to say. We know social media and the benefits, especially of social media, better than anybody else. And young people implore you to vote for this motion, and so do I. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Charlie. Now I'd like to ask Lorraine Flawn from Uttlesford to stand by, and I call Tara Foster from Southampton to speak.
Good morning, conference. I'm going to speak fairly briefly as a queer person and as a young person. Well, sort of young. I'm 26. Anyway, I've got two things I want to say that I don't think have been raised yet. The first thing is privacy. Under the European Convention of Human Rights, everyone has the right to a private life, and I firmly believe that this must extend to your data. The data that is on your device, on your phone, on your laptop, or whatever, is your data. And a big concern I have with the regulation of social media, especially a blanket ban, is that it would require some form of spyware to be installed on your device at a deep level, which cannot be bypassed or removed. And this data is probably going to be sent somewhere else, to Palantir or another big American tech conglomerate, which none of us really want. And I don't think that's been missed in the discussion, that whilst, yeah, we need to protect young people and we need to ensure that the deep harms of social media aren't too rife, we need to also ensure that people have control over their data. And I think in any policy making that goes forward from this policy, that needs to be seriously considered. And finally, I'm so glad that this policy debate has come to conference, because we are conference. We are the people who make decisions over policy. It's not HQ. It's certainly not the Parliamentary Party. It's us. We're the members. We're member-led. And this being debated right here, right now, is so important to ensure that HQ know that we are the ones making the decisions. And that needs to be remembered by everyone in this room and everyone watching online, okay? Conference, please vote for this motion. It's so important. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Now I'd like Will Tennyson to stand by, and I call on Lorraine Flawn from Uttlesford to the speakers' table. And Lorraine is a first-time speaker.
I should say perhaps I'm the first-time speaker at this conference. That's not the same thing. Good morning, conference, and thank you very much for voting for this motion, this YL motion. It matters. They matter. Heck, we all matter. I'm supporting the whole motion. The proposal to place a blanket ban on under-16s using social media fails to regulate the problem. The problem is not the uncontrolled social media. The problem is the uncontrolled social media platforms, not the young people. Furthermore, a blanket ban, such as is suggested, is just a hammer to crack a nut. Social media can be dangerous and toxic to all of us, especially the vulnerable and those exposed to it by their role in society or through personal choice, not merely the under-16s. As an RCC, Regional Candidates Chair, I've lost count of the number of MPs and PPCs, indeed just approved candidates who've radically curbed their use of social media in an effort to preserve their sanity. As an ex-telecoms regulatory specialist, I can say without fear of contradiction that pretty much all communications channels are regulated. But I believe that social media snuck in under the radar to an extent, yet at the same time was somehow awarded star status and special privileges as the new uber-accessible channel of communication. It's practically Heineken reaching all the places we can't otherwise reach. It remains largely unchecked, and sadly, many believe regulating it is in a too hard pile, partly because of its international reach and a fear of upsetting the tech oligarchs, but also because the approach taken by autocratic regimes everywhere in banning it, turning it off, while also weaponising it, brings out the civil liberties protector in all of us. Nevertheless, I think we're now seeing that it needs proper, considered regulation for all our sakes. On the point of this motion, assuming we believe that our young folk deserve support in preparing to deal with potentially problematic things, this won't be achieved by preventing engagement outright, then throwing them over the wall at some arbitrary age with a "here, now deal with this" approach. That is a plan to fail. As a driving instructor who spends a great deal of time with 17 and 18-year-olds, I hear and often empathise with their frustrations daily. I see firsthand how our mismanagement of COVID affected all young age groups differently, from the effects of no playgroup interaction to no exams before the final A-levels. It affects many and various on experience, and character shaping shouldn't be underestimated. But often those who might not otherwise have easily recovered, have been helped to pull through, as we've heard today from Charlie, for instance, helped to pull through and avoid isolation by the very existence of social media, which many use way more maturely than many of their adult counterparts. Are we now
Can
to
you
suggest...
draw your remarks to a close, please?
Are we now to suggest the next generation is to be massively disadvantaged again? Our young folk deserve greater respect, and we, their mentors, should stop abrogating responsibility, comfort blanket. Please support the
Thank
motion.
you. I'd like Lucas North to stand by, please, from Thameside, and I call Will Tennyson from Epping Forest and Harlow to speak.
Good morning, conference. That went well, didn't it? Strong start. Thank you for joining us all today, and thank you for voting for this emergency motion, if you did. There's been some brilliant points made already by so many very intelligent people, but I think the summary here is that creating safe and inclusive online spaces for young people isn't just important. It's imperative that it respects the rights and autonomy of our young people in society. Our young people aren't these things that belong to us. They're people that are engaging in society, not just in digital spaces, but in physical spaces as well, all over. And it's time that we respect their autonomy and their skills and the experiences that they bring to this world. This is about participation, not isolation. When you remove all digital spaces for young people, all that will happen is they move to less regulated black market systems, or digital spaces, where they're more at risk than they ever were before. This isn't suggesting that we don't need something, because of course we do, but we need a liberal solution to the problem. We need something that respects the fact that there is not a black and white online. There is a lot of grey, and there is also different points in our life where we have the life skills, the experience to make those autonomous choices. No political party has put forward a proposal as good as this. No political party has worked with over 40 leading charities to get a proposal here today. This policy was influenced by young people for young people, and I have a huge amount of gratitude to the Parliamentary Party for including the Young Liberals in that. Ban the blanket ban. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Will. Now, can I ask Mackenzie Gregory from Babbo to stand by to summate, and I call Lucas North from Thameside.
Good morning, conference, and thank you all for being here at 9 a.m. for this important debate. A blanket ban on social media for young people may sound like a simple solution, but as someone working in technology, I can tell you it's anything but. A blanket ban is usually the easiest to work around, and let's be honest, if anyone was going to find a way to do it, it would be young people who are already radicalized in these spaces and want to continue accessing them. A blanket ban on social media for young people may sound like a simple solution to online harms, but for many LGBT+ young people in particular, it would take away something vital: connection. For a lot of young people questioning their identity, the internet is the first place they realize they are not alone. In communities where they may not have supportive families, teachers, or friends, social media can provide access to information, role models, and peers who understand their experiences. It can quite literally be a lifeline. Research from organizations like Stonewall and the Trevor Project consistently show that LGBT+ young people experience higher rates of isolation, bullying, and mental health challenges than their peers. Removing safe online spaces without providing alternatives risks deepening that isolation. Of course, social media does present risks. Young people can encounter harmful content, misinformation, and harassment, but banning access entirely treats all online spaces the same and ignores the fact that some platforms, communities, and types of content are far more appropriate for young people than others. Instead, we should look to a system that already works in another part of media: age ratings for films. Organisations like the British Board of Film Classification provide clear guidance on what content is suitable for different ages. This approach doesn't ban films outright. It informs parents, empowers young people, and encourages platforms to take responsibility for the content that they host. A similar model for social media could rate platforms or types of content based on factors like moderation standards, exposure to harmful material, and age-appropriate design. That would allow younger users to access safer spaces while restricting more adult environments. The goal should not simply be to remove young people from the internet. It should be to make the internet safer for them, while recognizing that for LGBT+ young people especially, online spaces are not just entertainment. They are community, support, and sometimes the first place they feel seen. A blanket ban risks taking that away. A thoughtful age rating system protects young people without isolating the ones who need connection the most. Conference, please do vote for this motion, and I'd like to thank all those involved in bringing it to debate today.
Thank you, Lucas. I call on Mackenzie Gregory from Baberg to summate the motion, and can we open online voting, please?
Good morning, Conference. And firstly, I'd like to thank the Chair for such a well-organised debate. I'd like to thank Brandon, Abriel, the Young Liberals Policy Committee, who have worked so hard to write this motion and bring it to Conference. I'd like to thank everyone who voted for this emergency motion and who helped hand out literature on Friday. Without you, this wouldn't be possible, especially Will Tennyson. A massive thank you to Victoria for all her work on this topic and for being such a strong advocate for the Young Liberals. We've heard some of your stories this morning. Thank you everyone for sharing them and your support of this motion. For Sarah for telling us how quickly young people can be radicalised online. For Charlie for showing us how a nuanced approach is actually needed to help young people. Tara for reminding us that privacy should be the centre point of any approach. Laurie for outlining the experiences of young people and how they are shared by all of us. Will for reminding us how a nuanced approach is needed. And Lucas for telling us how a blanket ban will not work. Conference, we must reject the crude outright ban which has been proposed by the Conservatives. A social media ban, social media can expose young people to harmful content, but banning them from it pushes them into unregulated spaces where they can be put into more harm than not banning it in the first place. An outright ban would allow platforms themselves to avoid responsibility for fixing the systems that are actually causing the harm. In other words, it would punish young people while letting platforms off the hook. That is not good policy, and it is certainly not a liberal approach. Responsibility for platforms to design safer systems, responsibility for regulators to ensure that harmful design features and extreme content are properly addressed, and responsibility for policymakers to regulate the systems that shape young people's online experiences. If you care about protecting young people online, Conference, in a way that works, that will actually see improvement for them, please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Can I call on you all to vote, please? All those in favour? Thank you. Votes against, please. Yes, overwhelmingly carried. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my aide, Duncan Brack, and my hall aide, Charlie Hastard, and I now hand over to Chris Mains for the next session.
You're happy to do your 5 minutes from here, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hope it will be 5 minutes, because I've not written it.
Good morning, Conference. Welcome to F16, our next session. Those of you who are regular conference attenders will know that at our last conference we changed standing orders slightly so that we no longer receive a parliamentary report, formal written report, at every conference. The parliamentary parties report to the autumn conference. So this is just a question and answer session and won't end up with any report being passed or not. I'd like to welcome our two parliamentarians, Tom Morrison, who is Deputy Chief Whip, and Kath Pinnock, Baroness Kath Pinnock, who is our Deputy Leader in the Lords. Milking the applause, Tom's now going to give a quick overview of what's been going on in the Commons.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Chris, and thank you very much, Conference, for having us here. So my name's Tom Morris, and I'm the MP for Cheadle and the Deputy Chief Whip in the House of Commons. And I've got to say, I've been in the role probably about 18 months now, and it's been a steep learning curve. But it's great because all of my colleagues are wonderful, so we don't have to do too much whipping. But it's been a really exciting time this year. And I mean, let's be completely honest. The government are not doing themselves any favours. They've got a pretty poor record at the moment, and just this U-turn after U-turn after U-turn. And Keir Starmer seems so much under pressure from his backbenchers, from some in his cabinet. And there are a lot of changes. Even when we are debating bills in Parliament, there are sudden changes to what we're discussing. So it's really important, actually, where the Whip's office stands, is to make sure that not only is the government held to account, not only is our agenda being put through in Parliament, but also that the people of the United Kingdom are fully represented there, and we're holding that government to account. And the official opposition, the Conservatives, they're in complete chaos as well. I don't know how many defections we're on at the moment to reform, but they are constantly on the panic, looking at these potential defections going over to reform, and that is kind of guiding their behaviour in the House of Commons, which means that it's really important that we are the grown-ups in the room. We're the grown-ups holding the government to account. We're the grown-ups finding those areas of disagreement and trying to get the best bills possible passed through Parliament. And then talking of reform, you know, they are, let's be honest, they're doing well in the polls. They're getting a lot of the media narrative, but then they've got a leader that's hardly ever in Parliament. I think the other week he was in the Chagos Islands. I'm pretty sure he still can't identify where Clacton is on the map. So really, it's just so vital that we're there. And I think we're doing a really good job. We need to keep up the pressure. We've got some really good examples of where we've been doing some great work in the House and using those levers that we've got, you know, private members' bills, 10-minute rule bills. I think at the rally we talked about Al Pinkerton's fantastic 10-minute rule bill on an EU-UK customs union. This went to a vote and ended up tied at 100 votes against 100 votes for, and it was the Deputy Speaker that used her casting vote to get Al's 10-minute rule bill through. And now I was in the Whip's office at the time, and we were watching it we've got this little TV, and we were watching it, and when the Deputy Speaker announced that she was going to vote for Al's, the scream that came out of the Whip's office. At one point I was dancing on a table, and one of the doorkeepers kind of poked their head in because he thought someone had been killed. It was an absolutely fantastic time, and not only because of that, we managed to get the media narrative of the day, we actually shaped the agenda. So that's where we've got to kind of pick our battles. We've got to find those areas of opportunity. We've got to find those moments where we can really stamp our authority on and drive forward. And we're doing that now with the incoming digital IDs. Now, the government is kind of giving more and more and more to us, but the threat is still there. And Lisa, Martin, and Victoria are really taking the government on, and we're going to carry on that fight. So we do have to choose our fights carefully. We do have to pick our moments to scrap, but we've got a really, really big year ahead. Let's be honest, we've potentially got a new Prime Minister that we might have to tackle. We've got the Representation of the People's Act coming in, which is going to be about votes at 16, and then the EU reset as well. So that's where the Whip's office is going to be really vital in Commons. And it would be completely amiss of me to say well, me and Wendy, the Chief and the Deputy, we have a fantastic team of duty whips who are constantly there making sure that people know what they're doing and things. And then we've also got a great team with us as well. We've got Will, Mel, Emma, Poppy, Toby, Felix, Nina, Ella, Jack, and my staffer, Eleanor, who I would say is the person who's actually my boss. Eleanor keeps me on the straight and narrow. And I just want to say a real huge thank you to Jack Coulson, who's been a huge, huge help. I sometimes look like I know what I'm doing, and that's because Jack has told me what I'm doing. When 72 of us kind of walked through the door, the biggest third party in, I think, almost like 100 years, Jack was the head of the Whip's office, who made sure that we all knew what we were doing, who made sure we had all the support required, who made sure that we all worked as a functioning group. And Jack is now sadly leaving us to Big Brother watch, so we are still going to see him around. But I want to say a huge thank you to Jack, because he has been an absolute legend for us. So that's me.
Thank you very much, Tom. Kath, would you like to give us a little intro of the Lords?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am amazed and stunned, really, that so many people are here at 9:30 on a Sunday morning. So I hope what we say will justify your early rise. So as you've heard, our leader in the House of Lords, Jeremy Purvis, unable to be here this weekend for an urgent issue has arisen. And so you're stuck with me, I'm sorry. And some of you may not know, but I'm also a Lib Dem councillor, and I have been for, let's say, a number of years. Let's put it like that. And in the House of Lords, I also speak on my favourite topic of everything, local government, housing and communities. So that's who I am. And I'm deputy leader in the House of Lords as well, which sounds grand, but it means you have more work to do. So in the House of Lords, look, none of us who are Liberal Democrats think the House of Lords, as it is now, should exist. That's always my starting point. However, we're stuck with it. We're not going to be able to change it on our own. So our role in the House of Lords is to make the best job we can in the circumstances that we've been given. And that means doing our best to change the legislation that comes our way. We're often described as the reforming house, the ones that go through the very line-by-line details in legislation and try and change it. And that's what my colleagues do. And I'm going to tell you one thing. That end of the Parliament in the Commons, they do short hours. Slackers. What we do, I think my record is 4 a.m. on I think it was the Planning and Infrastructure Bill. 4 a.m. we were still discussing parts of that bill. I've no idea what happened, but hey, but that's no way to run a country, is it? But anyway, so the House of Lords, because it's the way it's constructed, no longer got hereditaries, but it has got that's one small change, so that's good. But some of them will be coming back, of course, in another guise. However, so that got there's people in there who actually have wide experience, and that can be absolutely invaluable. So former judges, former cabinet secretaries, ambassadors to various parts of the world are there, as well as former council leaders, quite a lot of it actually, including in our group, I'm delighted to say. People from business, people from the armed forces. So that does mean you get, when people speak on the issues that they've had that experience, people listen. So the work that we do is not the party political work as such, but more of the detailed, in-depth issues. So what have we done then? Renters' rights, Lib Dem action. We pushed for a decent home standards for our armed forces service personnel getting a decent quality of accommodation. Thanks to Helen Morgan in the Commons raising the issue, and we worked closely with our colleagues in the Commons, so we were able to take that up in the Lords, push it hard and get it through. And that was a huge win for the Commons colleagues, but also for the people that we've now helped. The Planning and Infrastructure Bill that I did, we stopped the government, who introduced a change at the last minute, which would give the Secretary of State enormous powers to decide on planning applications that the government felt they wanted to pass through. You know, a 500 housing site, maybe, and local people and the council were perhaps thinking of saying this is not the right place and so on. They would call it in and he would decide. I mean, absolutely outrageous denial of local government and local democracy. And I fought that and won. So I was very pleased about that. I've got some facts here. I better read what I've been told on the script. They're all laughing there because they wrote the script for me at the last minute, and I've ignored most of it. Anyway, so this is some facts. So the data pulled together by our wonderful team in the Lord's Whip's office. From Parliament to beginning of Parliament, February this year, the Lib Dem peers have made the difference in 105 times when we voted, because, as you know, at our end there's Tories, Labour, cross-benchers, and there's many of those. They're the second largest group, actually, or perhaps, yeah, and then us as Lib Dem. So we can sometimes swing the difference between voting, and we've done that 105 times. So our vote is making a difference. We do all that in the Lords, but also we are very keen to help in campaigning terms. So some of us are campaigners, but our former Chief Whip, Ben Stoneham, he's just given up the job, but he was, listen to this, he was regularly in the top 1% of canvassers in the whole country. Now, how about that? So if you all think we're resting on our laurels, we're not. We also get involved in visiting local parties and encouraging more and more campaigners, especially in the north, don't we? Yeah, we do. And we need to do that as much as we can, because in the end, as a political party, it's campaigning and winning elections that matters. So, thanks very much for listening. Q&A, we'll listen. I've got some questions, and I hope we'll be able to answer them to your to the best we can. Okay?
Thank you very much, Kath. Right, we have had some questions which are on the daily announcement sheet. There are 14, and I'm afraid I don't think we're going to get through them all. I wonder if we could have a light at 5 to 10, perhaps an amber light. So the first question is from Rebecca Jones. If you're asking a question and you want a supplementary, can you come to the intervention mic? And if you hang around there, we can get through more if possible. I think, Kath, are you going to deal with the first question from Rebecca about the opinion polls and the Greens?
Yes, so thanks very much, Rebecca, for the question. I always think we should not worry too much about opinion polls at this part of an election cycle. And I'll tell you why. So I chaired the general election campaign in 2024. And if you'd asked me ask that question, you know, 2 or 3 years out from the 24 election, we were below 10% in that election at that time, in the polls at that time. And we elected, or the country elected, 72 MPs. So we don't need to be over anxious about polls. That's the first reason. The second one is this, polling is across the whole country. And percentage in the polls does not mean you win seats. We've been there, those of you who've been in the party a while will know that some parts of our history, we've been over 20% in the polls at a general election, and that did not yield us many MPs. What maybe we have learnt the lesson that votes concentrated in areas is more important in winning those elections than having perhaps a higher polling rate across the country. So I'm not concerned. We just need to keep campaigning as hard as we can, in as many places as we can, to get folk elected. That's what we have to do.
Thank you very much. Is Rebecca here? No? Okay, we've got 3 questions from Chris Hudson next. Kath, if you could deal with the first one and perhaps Tom second 2. So the first question is, what is the most tangible impact this year in Parliament?
At our end, I've given you one example already of what we managed to do, but another is the wonderful John Russell, who's in the front here, I can see with his camera, my colleague in the House of Lords, with the great British, apparently, energy bill. He ensured that community energy was at the heart of that legislation, which is an important piece of energy policy for showing that industry and voters, that Liberal Democrats, stand on the side of the environment and of sustainable green energy. So that was one great win that we got. Baroness Ollie Grender, through the Renters' Rights Bill I've told you about, and then we had other successes in the Bus Services Bill, the Children's Bill. Well, I'll tell you about the Children's Bill. We got through the House of Lords legislation to prevent schools from having hugely expensive uniform requirements, which was putting huge pressure on families. You'll never guess it, but at the Commons end, Labour voted it down. So giving schools a free hand to have expensive uniforms, that's going to come back to us, and I'm hopeful that we will vote it down again. Schools should be ensuring that every child in their school can afford the uniform that they require. To do otherwise penalises children and their families. So that's the sort of stuff that we do.
Thank you very much, Kath. Is Chris Hudson here? Does he have a supplementary? No? Okay, his second question, perhaps Tom you could deal with. Where has local campaigning helped shape our parliamentary work?
That's a really good question. I think that out of all the parties in Westminster at the moment, we're the ones that have real credibility in local campaigning. A lot of our 72 are, former leaders of councils, former cabinet members of councils, former, ward councillors. And so we have that experience of how to get things done to have a tangible effect in our communities. One example of that is Adam Dance, who has been fighting to make sure that Leonardo helicopters, which are in Yeovil, are still able to build there for the RAF, and he's made huge strides to protect that work in his local community. And if I may talk about a campaign that we're running in Cheadle, horrifically, a few years ago, there was a young girl called Gigi who died in nursery care, and me and my team have been now working with the government and Gigi's incredible parents, Katie and John, to get proper safeguarding in our nurseries now. And the government is already committed to cutting the times between Ofsted inspections at nurseries, and is looking at changes to the early years framework and looking at potential use of CCTV in nurseries. And I think the reason why we're having these successes on the ground is because we have that experience of how to get things done in local authorities, in combined authorities, and we're taking that knowledge into Parliament and working with the government to get some real tangible results in our communities.
Great, yeah, of course.
So one of the things that we've done in the Lords recently is, you'll remember the farce that we've had with the government cancelling 30 elections for this May and then doing a U-turn. And you might have asked yourself, now, why did they do a U-turn? And the answer lies in the House of Lords, because they had to get legislation through to ensure that that happened. And our colleague, Lord Mark Pack, last year's president of the party, put down what we call at our end a fatal motion, i.e. it's going to kill it off. So he put down a fatal motion against this bill, against this legislation, to say we will vote it down. And we would have, because we would have had enough votes, I think, across different parts of the House of Lords to vote it down. And so they did a U-turn. So you can't do better than that, can you?
Thank you very much. Chris Hudson got a supplementary? No? Okay, Tom, can you deal with his next question, which is about Lib Dem MPs and peers shifting the national conversation?
Yeah, this goes back to my opening remarks, is that I think that where we pick our battles, we had huge successes. I talked about Al's 10-minute rule bill on the customs union, which, you know, just going back to that day, we framed the media narrative for the whole day and the day after as well. I think even the podcast will talk about it. And now you're looking at Rachel Reeves is talking about a closer link up with Europe. Keir Starmer is doing it. I know Wes Streeton's done it. And you can pinpoint to the point where Al did that bill. And I think that we've really kind of shaped the agenda there. Another one we've been doing is we had an opposition day where we get to hold the agenda, get to create the agenda for Parliament on that day, and we used it to get a commitment to release the files on Andrew Mountbatten Windsor as the trade envoy. And, you know, I think we're going to see more of that coming up as the weeks progress. And let's not forget, the one party leader that has been going after Trump and going after Nigel Farage's links with Trump as well is being Ed Davey. And I'll do a little shout out to my uncle Jonathan, if I may. Now, Johnny is he's a fantastic uncle, but he is my kind of barometer of where the general public are. He is obsessed with kind of the ins and outs of what people are doing politically, but he doesn't really tie his flag to any mast. And he texts me after hearing Ed on the news. He was like, finally, someone's going after Trump. Well done, keep at it, keep at it. So I think Ed is seen as the one person that's going after, and we're shaping the agenda with Ed on that. And I think we should, yeah, rightly. It's brilliant. I can report back to Ed that I got him a clap, so that's good. But I think that is vital. That's where our party needs to be. We need to be taking on that man.
So one of the areas that we've really pushed the dial is on following the Grenfell Tower tragedy in 2017. We were able in House of Lords to make the case in the immediate aftermath. There was a fire safety bill rushed through, and we stood up and said leaseholders should not pay a penny towards the cost of any remediation work, because none of it was their responsibility. None of it is in their ownership. The bricks and mortars, if you're a leaseholder, is not yours. And we made such a strong case that we won that vote, and that has then framed the whole of the response to the Grenfell Tower tragedy. Now, of course, they're all backtracking the Labour government on that, because the cost to the housing developers is going to be significant, billions, if they follow down that route. But we're going to keep pressing on that at every opportunity, because leaseholders, particularly in London, Manchester, Leeds, particularly in those areas, are having to pay out huge sums of money in additional insurance costs, additional ground rent costs, because of where the government has failed them. And we will keep up that battle to stand up for people who are not being served well by this government.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we are running out of time, but we are just going to deal with the last question. Our last question is from Adam Lawless, and it's about nationalisation of train services. Tom, did you want to deal with that?
Yeah, Ollie Glover has been leading on this, and what Ollie doesn't know about trains is not worth knowing at all. I think the key thing, I know we're running out of time, so the key thing that we need to hear is that actually the Tories and the Labour are kind of framing this as nationalisation versus private. Our residents don't care about that. Our residents care of whether they can get a train on time, have the services on the train, whether it's cost effective and they get to the place that they're supposed to be going. And Ollie's really cut through the mist on this and put in some great amendments on limiting fare increases, tap in, tap out tickets. And he's come up with this. I mean, Ollie's head is just, he's one of the smartest people I know. He's come up with the idea of this passengers charter, which is going to put into kind of law guarantees around reliability of service, about when you get on the train, is there bike storage? When you get on the train, is the Wi-Fi working? Is it cost effective? Is it, if it's late, do you get refunds? And all of that is going to be, if he can get that through, all of that is going to be put into law. So I think we are on a really good level here on the trains, because it's not about nationalisation, it's not about privatisation, it's about, can people afford to travel? Are people having a good time on the train? And is it cost effective?
Right, well, thank you very much. I'm sorry, as I say, time has beaten us. I'd like to thank Tom and Kath. Kath is facing the electorate in May, which is what all lords should do, isn't it? So we wish her luck in her local election campaign, and thank you very much today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We are now moving on to F17, which is a speech by Peter Taylor, the elected Mayor of Watford. Just to introduce Peter, I feel obliged to do so as he is my council leader. But he is the long-standing mayor of Watford, and Watford has won a series of national awards recently and been shortlisted for some too. So, without any further ado, I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Peter Taylor.
Good morning, everyone, and it is really good to be introduced by Councillor Callum Robertson, our newest Watford councillor. Callum was elected in December. He increased our share of the vote to over 50% and defeated Reform UK. In that election, Labour went from second to fourth and got their worst ever result in the ward. This is a pattern we're seeing across the country. People feeling fed up with Labour and turning to us to stop Reform UK and everything that they stand for. In 2025, the Liberal Democrats won more council by-elections than any other party. It really is an honour. Yeah, I think we deserve to clap that. It really is an honour to speak to you all this morning. Today is an important day, so I'd like to start by saying Happy Mother's Day, Mum. Your card is in the post. I'm sure that I'm not alone in becoming ever more aware as my children grow up, of the impact my parents made on me. It can be quite disconcerting when you say something, perhaps to your own children, and you realise that you sound just like your own parents. My mum taught me the importance of serving others, of social justice, and to always be cautious when you meet an Arsenal fan. I was born in Preston in Lancashire, and my parents made quite a controversial decision when I was 7, and they moved to Yorkshire. I was the first person in my family to go to university, and like all the cool kids in the late 1990s, I joined our party at university. At Edinburgh University, Freshers Fair, Kevin Lang signed me up. He's now leading our fantastic group of councillors on Edinburgh Council who are making a real difference in that city. I remember attending my first Scottish Liberal Democrat conference in Dunfermline and hearing Jim Wallace, our leader in Scotland at the time, delivering a fantastic speech. I had the privilege of working for Alistair Carmichael, Jim's successor as the MP for Orkney and Shetland, and often heard about the difference that Jim made. Jim sadly passed away a few months ago. He represented the very best of our party. He was hard-working, determined and intelligent, a man who achieved so much in Orkney and Shetland and as a minister in Scotland. I know our whole party is grateful to him for his incredible years of service to our party and to the people of Scotland. Now, having been a party member for many years, it's nice to look out at the audience today and see some familiar faces. I'm also acutely aware that some of you may have been in the conference bar until the early hours of this morning, naming no names. When I was a teacher, we were warned about the dangers of simply talking at people for long periods of time. So I'm going to now ask you all a question, mainly to check that you're paying attention. So can you please raise your hand if you can name the 3 people who have been Liberal Democrat elected mayors? Only a few hands have gone up. Those of you who haven't got your hands up, please stay behind and see me later. So Dorothy Thornhill was our party's first ever elected mayor, the first elected mayor of Watford, the first ever female elected mayor in the UK. She achieved fantastic things for Watford after Labour left the council in a mess. Not only that, but she led the party's review after the 2019 general election, setting in place the approach that led to our historic results in 2024 when we elected 72 Liberal Democrat MPs. Dave Hodgson deserves our party's thanks too. Yeah, we can applaud Dave, I think so. As the Mayor of Bedford, he attracted hundreds of businesses to his town over 13 years. He worked for his residents every single day. Thank you to Mayor Dave. Now, in the local elections last year, our party elected 370 councillors, gaining 163. We were ahead of both the Conservatives and Labour for the first time ever in local elections. The results were our 7th year of gains, our best ever winning streak in local elections. The Liberal Democrats now control more councils than the Conservatives. In those elections, I was elected to Hertfordshire County Council, which our party gained and now runs after 26 years of Conservative control. I think I should call that. Our council leader, Steve Jarvis, and the team are doing a fantastic job. Last month, we successfully passed our £1.2 billion budget. This prioritised funding improvements to our roads and pavements, special educational needs, and the environment. Reform had 15 councillors on the council. A third didn't turn up to the budget meeting. Of those who did, one quit the group and announced he joined Restore Britain, and then accused his former colleagues of corruption. This week, another of their councils announced that he'll be standing down. Astonishingly, since they were elected only last May, almost 1 in 10 Reform UK councillors across the country have either defected to other parties, resigned, or been sacked. We don't have to imagine anymore what Reform UK-led councils would be like. We see the impact of their incompetent and uncaring approach every day. In Nottinghamshire, the Reform-led County Council banned a local newspaper from accessing press releases and interviews, the so-called press ban. Having promised to cut taxes, Reform-led Worcestershire County Council are hiking up council tax by 9%. The record of Reform-led councils is clear. Broken promises, endless infighting, and a complete failure to help the residents they were elected to serve. Our residents deserve so much better than that. But we all know why some people feel tempted to vote for Reform UK or indeed the Green Party. Opposition is easy, and so is populism. Pointing out the failings of this government really isn't difficult. So many of us feel badly let down by the Labour Party. After years of Conservative failure, we hoped for something far, far better. In December, I received a letter from the local government minister asking me if I would like to cancel local elections due to take place in Watford in May, because the government is reorganising councils in our area. My wife thought this was a great idea. I think she'd already actually started planning our Easter holiday. But I immediately said no, not because I don't like spending time with my family, but because democracy should be the basis of local government in our country. Liberal Democrat-led councils around the country said the same thing. It's up to residents to decide who has the honour to serve as elected members. Now, can you imagine if during the coalition years, when we were sorting out the economic mess left by the last Labour government, we had announced that local elections were too expensive and too much of a distraction to go ahead? Labour would have been rightly apoplectic, and there's no doubt they would still be going on about it to this day. We should not be too kind to Labour. They know that they're doing badly in the ballot box, but democracy is fundamental to local governments in our country. It's frankly incredible that in such a cat-handed way they thought that they could cancel elections which would result in their party losing many seats. Residents get to decide who runs our councils, even if the party of government doesn't like their choices. Now, the major political issue in Watford is Labour's failure to deliver the long-promised rebuild of our local hospital. This is one of the infamous 40 new hospitals promised by Boris Johnson that the Conservatives failed to deliver. Before the last election, Labour politicians told us they would get this built. Almost as soon as they took office, they said this project would be delayed, along with many others. A recent National Audit Office report showed that in Watford we won't have our new hospital until 2038. This is simply unacceptable. NHS patients and staff deserve better than being told by Labour politicians that they have to put up with crumbling buildings for decades until they're eventually rebuilt. People voted for change and rightly feel let down by a Labour government that lacks ambition or a clear direction. If people want to know what our party stands for, our record in local government is a good place to start. Liberal Democrats have just under 3,200 councillors across the UK, and we currently lead 75 councils across England and Wales. Liberal Democrat councils are responsible for over £17 billion of public spending. We lead or are part of the administration of councils that serve 13 million people. Now, I am a very humble man with a great deal to be humble about, but it would be remiss of me not to mention some of the great things we're doing in Watford. So as my time is limited, I will highlight just 5 of these things that we've achieved. Firstly, we've invested in 17 award-winning green flag parks, the highest number in Hertfordshire. Both of our leisure centres have been independently assessed as outstanding. We have never increased Watford's council tax by more than the rate of inflation, and this year it's being frozen. We have worked with homelessness charities to reduce the number of rough sleepers, provide a winter night shelter, and increase our outreach support. We were the first district council in the country to introduce a bike share scheme, and this has now been used for over 650,000 journeys. And 5B, we've achieved my manifesto commitment to plant 20,000 trees 2 years ahead of schedule. We've refurbished and reopened the Watford Coliseum. We've provided free community events throughout the year. We're cleaning up our River Colne. We're delivering a green loop to help improve cycling and walking around the town. We're in the top 10 in the country for EV charging points. We've made Watford a more dementia-friendly place. We're improving community shopping parades across the town. Our local plan is helping us to deliver more affordable and council homes too. And we've allocated £1 million to community groups from the money we receive from developers. We have implemented 95% of the commitments I made to residents when I stood for election in 2022. Liberal Democrats in local government delivering for the people we serve. In recent years, we've received a number of awards too. One of them was at our party's conference in autumn, where we won the Diversity Award for our diverse and growing group of councillors. We've worked hard to make sure that our councillors reflect the community that we serve and come from all walks of life, bringing their insights and wisdom to the decisions that we made. We also won the IEASY Award for Council of the Year and were a finalist in the Local Authority of the Year, the prestigious MJ Awards. But that was won by Liberal Democrat-led Stockport Council. I, for one, was delighted for them. One of the big differences between Liberal Democrat-run councils and the rest is that we see our job as bringing people together to get things done. The views of our residents aren't an afterthought. We don't carry out consultations for the sake of it, providing lip service to the idea that residents' views matter. Our residents' views are central to everything we do. One of the reasons we've seen the rise of populists of all types is that people feel disconnected from the people they elect. Liberal Democrats in local government are the best antidote to that, bringing people together to get things done. There are 2 things that could make this role more difficult in the years ahead. Local government reorganisation was not in Labour's manifesto, but now takes up so much time for many of us in local government. It's important that through this process, we remain true to our core values and belief in localism. Now, Labour uses the language of devolution, but their instincts are to centralise, taking power away from our communities. We must not be willing handmaids in the creation of mega councils, covering vast areas with huge populations and remote from the people we seek to serve. These are being created in the name of efficiency savings. But what value do we place on local councils that are totally embedded in their communities and delivering with and for their residents? We must always be the party of local government, arguing for power to be decentralised to local communities who know their areas best. We need to empower local communities so that they can get things done, not go along with Labour's policy of centralising power and moving it away from the people we want to serve. Now, one of the reasons Labour is reorganising councils is the perilous financial state that so many face. I would like to pay tribute to Liberal Democrat teams who are responsible for county councils, unitaries and metropolitan councils. Every day they grapple with incredibly difficult financial situations. Last year, councils spent over £26 billion on adult social care, around 40% of all spending by all councils. Almost half of councils who are responsible for social care have either already applied for support from central government or say they are likely to in the years ahead. The government cannot ignore the crisis in local government finance any longer. We urgently need a comprehensive review of the local government funding so that we have a fair, sustainable and long-term system in place. Now, like the rest of you, I like nothing more than pointing at potholes and getting them fixed. But we need to be honest. Potholes are often the result of councils not having enough money to maintain their roads properly. We will only fix potholes when we fix local government finance. We need to be tough on potholes and tough on the causes of potholes. I would just add as an aside, it's worth remembering that the main reason local councils and so many other public services lack the resources they need is that the UK economy has barely grown for over a decade. It's beyond doubt that Brexit has made our country poorer, meaning we have less money for public services. Those of us on the front line in local government see the impacts of this economic mess every day. People turning up to our town halls who are homeless, food banks that have never been busier, public services under enormous pressure. Brexiteers helped create that financial mess, and Labour aren't bold enough to fix it. Should we now put the people responsible for this mess in charge of council budgets? The elections in May offer residents in Watford and across the country a clear choice. If you feel let down by Labour, so do we. If you want to stop Reform UK from dividing our communities, vote Liberal Democrat. We will work tirelessly to bring people together and get things done, making life better for everyone. Thank you, Conference.
We're now going to move on to F18. I'd like to thank my aide, Chris Adams, and I forgot his surname there. And I'm going to pass over to Hannah Kitchen for our policy motion on Trump and the wider world.
Good morning, Conference, and welcome to F18, Trump and the Wider World, which you will find on page 48 of the standard printed agenda and page 20 of Conference Extra. This was a late-taken motion, and FCC has agreed a number of drafting amendments to the motion and has also taken 2 amendments, which you can find on page 10 of Conference Daily. Can I please remind all speakers to keep to time this morning? I now ask Charlie Maynard from Witney to stand by, and I call Callum Miller from Bicester and Woodstock to propose the motion.
Good morning, Conference. It is a real privilege to present this important motion today. Donald Trump and his radical administration have destabilised the world and made the UK less secure. Representing the party in Parliament, we have been challenged every day to think carefully about how we position our party's response on the key questions of defence, security and trade. This is your chance, Conference, to consider and debate these positions. I very much hope that you will feel able to endorse them as party policy. Conference, when I spoke this time last year, I described how Donald Trump was deeply undermining the foundations of the liberal, rules-based order. Things have only got worse in the last 12 months. Just since January, he has abducted President Maduro of Venezuela, an illegitimate leader who ought instead to have been pressured to relinquish power through economic and diplomatic means. He has threatened our NATO ally Denmark with the annexation of Greenland, even warning of economic retaliation against countries like the UK, who stood up for her national sovereignty. He has shown slavish support to the extremist and expansionist agenda of Netanyahu's security cabinet, which is explicitly designed to stop a two-state solution. He has sought to establish a pay-to-play rival to the United Nations, his so-called Board of Peace, which frankly looks more like a rogues gallery than a serious international institution. And he has launched an illegal attack on Iran with Netanyahu, dragging Britain down a slippery slope towards another war in the Middle East. Just this morning, having berated the UK last week for not rushing to join the war, he's begged us to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz. And all the time, Trump's war is driving up prices at the pumps and doing grave damage to the world economy. But Trump's behaviour is not only ill-considered and inconsistent, it is deeply dangerous. He joined Netanyahu in launching war in Iran despite Russia's ongoing assault on Ukraine. And distracted by oil prices that he failed to foresee, this week we saw Trump take the extraordinary step of lifting US sanctions on Russian oil and gas. Thanks to his war on Iran, he has now agreed to finance the Russian war machine that's not only murdering Ukrainian civilians and abducting their children, but also arming and supplying the Iranians with the drones that will lengthen his new war. It is madness. Conference, not only has Trump consistently undermined the international rule of law, we've also seen the Trump White House commit to what can only be described as a more insidious program. Last November, Trump alleged there was what he called civilization erasure in Europe. His national security strategy then set out his administration's intention to interfere directly in British and European politics by bolstering far-right movements across the continent. It is not enough for Trump to destroy the international system based on law and diplomacy. He is also hell-bent on exporting his brand of vile and divisive politics around the world. So how should we answer this challenge? How can we deepen our alliances with other liberal democracies? How can we insulate ourselves from this corrosive politics? And how can we strengthen our security now that we can't rely on an ally in the White House? Conference, this motion aims to provide an answer, a liberal answer, which provides a credible plan to bolster our defences at home, affirms our commitment to international law, strengthens our security ties with our reliable allies, and sets out a robust approach to challenge Trump's warmongering and attempts at foreign interference. Conference, if passed, this motion would commit us to introducing a defence bonds programme, a responsible way urgently to raise funding for our armed forces. We had years of the Conservatives mismanaging and hollowing out our military, and today Trump displays naked antagonism towards European security. This investment can't come soon enough. This motion would also expand the UK's defence and trade ties with partners we know we can rely upon, particularly in Europe and the Commonwealth, and strengthen Britain's soft power. This would include deepening ties with Denmark and Greenland, making clear that we stand with them in the face of Trump's bullying and threats of annexation. When Al Pinkerton and I visited Greenland in February, we were told how Trump's threats had visited mental terror on Greenlanders. Since then, Trump has had the incredible cheek to send a hospital ship, even though we heard from islanders who had postponed necessary treatment which they were happy and able to receive in Denmark because they were frightened that Trump might invade while they were away. Conference, I'm grateful to the movers of the two excellent amendments to the motion, my colleagues Charlie Maynard and Lisa Smart, and I would urge Conference to approve both of them. Amendment 1 would commit us to explore legal options to secure compensation from the US administration for UK exporters who were hit by Donald Trump's unconstitutional tariffs, while Amendment 2 would commit us to conduct a standalone review into the extent of US interference in British politics, including the extent to which extremists like Tommy Robinson are being actively supported by the White House. Conference, the Liberal Democrats are the only party prepared to stand up to Trump and to take steps to strengthen the UK in the face of his belligerence. The Trump fan club in Reform and the Conservatives certainly won't do it. The Greens' defence policies would weaken the UK's security, dragging us out of NATO and cancelling Trident, the ultimate guarantor of our security. And Labour either drag their feet or bite their tongue, but whichever it is, they won't stand up to Trump's bullying of our reliable allies. So, conference, let's back this motion and let's send a clear message that it is only the Liberal Democrats who will stand up to Trump, invest in the UK's defence, extend our soft power and deepen security and economic ties with our European partners. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask Lisa Smart to stand by and call Charlie Maynard from Witney to propose Amendment 1.
Good morning, Conference. I'm speaking in favour of this motion and in favour of Amendment 1. And that is because we are the party that has always been the party of free trade. We remain the party of free trade, and we always will be the party of free trade. We are internationalists. We believe that we all benefit when we cooperate and we trade freely with each other, whether that's countries, as societies, and as individuals. And in the process, we also make our world safer. However, Donald Trump doesn't believe that. The economic harm he has inflicted through his tariffs has done huge damage on our world, and that is on top of the vast military damage that he is currently inflicting. Thankfully, a few weeks ago, the US Supreme Court struck down those tariffs, finding them unconstitutional and illegal and in breach of his executive powers. More than 2,000 American companies are now seeking compensation from the US government for those tariffs. But it wasn't just American companies that got whacked. It was British companies and British workers that also got whacked. And we need to help those British workers because those British factories are now trading less with the US. 1 in 5 have either reduced or entirely stopped trading with the US. So the Supreme Court ruling is helpful in that it states clearly that these tariffs are illegal, but there's no timeline and there's no process. And since that announcement nearly a month ago, our UK government has done nothing to help British businesses get their money back. Our government is, as ever, frightened to offend Trump, even when he's been struck down by his own Supreme Court. Conference, we need a government, we need a Liberal Democrat government that will stand up for free trade, stand up for Britain's workers and businesses, and will stand up against Trump. So please, vote in favour of this amendment number 1 and for this excellent motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask Christina Noel to stand by and call Lisa Smart from Hazel Grove to propose Amendment 2.
Thank you, Chair. Conference. I will be one of the first to say that British politics isn't perfect. In fact, it is far from perfect. But it's ours. Donald Trump wants to change that. He wants to export his brand of destabilising and corrosive politics to the UK. And he said as much explicitly in his national security strategy last November. And this document, it derides Europe, including the UK, for failing to share Trump's divisive nationalist ideology. And this strategy talks in stark and profoundly sinister terms. At the heart of its agenda is a call to cultivate resistance across Europe, including here at home. To remove those aspects of our culture and our politics that offend the Trumpian White House and their nationalist agenda. And these are not just words. The US State Department now proudly boasts that it will flood MAGA think tanks and campaigning bodies in the UK with money, with hard cash. They intend nothing less than a full-on assault of our democratic institutions and our very social fabric, and they have willing allies. Nigel Farage and Kemi Badenoch seem determined to outcompete each other in offering Britain up as a willing puppet for Trump's America. Meanwhile, so-called Tommy Robinson, egged on by the MAGA movement, promotes thuggery on our streets. It is now an urgent matter of national security that we establish the full extent of interference by Trump and his cronies in our politics. How is this man, who says that legitimate election results are fake news, and he spreads fear and division in his own country, how is he seeking to manipulate our country and our politics? Who is benefiting from the money of his allies? The amendment to this motion, if approved, would call for a standalone probe into the extent of Trump's influence and interference operations in Britain. We know that Donald Trump is no longer content just to pollute America with his toxic brand. He wants to export that kind of strongman politics everywhere, including to our shores. Conference, we cannot let that happen. So I encourage you to vote in favour of this amendment for this excellent motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask Josh Matthews to stand by and call Christina Noel from Ealing.
Good morning, Conference. I'm here to speak in favour of this motion, which is desperately needed in response to the, frankly, despotic and psychotic regime that is in Washington, D.C. As some of you may know me directly or were at my panel last night, I am an American citizen. In fact, Conference, my family members and descendants have called the United States a home since before it was a concept. Instead, we have watched as Trump has degraded the rights of American citizens, destroyed any institution and semblance of international law, and their military and cabinet do not only violate international law, they post it as if it was trophies. While it may be a somewhat stereotypical Liberal Democrat thing for me to say, I think this motion is fantastic but does not go far enough. In lines 83 to 86, it touches extremely well on the Board of Peace. But I fear that this language does not simply focus so heavily on what we need to be showing with this. It speaks on the conditions for UK involvement. We should not put conditions on something that we cannot allow to happen. The Board of Peace is not a replacement for any international organization. It is instead solely a bullying organization with the intention of patting the ego of a deranged megalomaniac who unfortunately holds the title of President of the United States. I am extremely thankful, however, for this motion and the two amendments to it that recognizes that the United States that I grew up in and that so many have been able to call a steadfast ally is not the same United States. The paradigm has shifted, and unfortunately, the party's over. So I urge Conference to vote in favor of both these amendments and the motion as a whole, because frankly, this is not something that I can really say is much of importance.
Thank you, Conference. I now ask Claire Cape to stand by and call Josh Matthews from Lewisham.
Conference, I wanted to share just a short story to show just how dangerous Trump has been in removing the US, but also actively sabotaging global climate and nature collaboration. Whether it's withdrawing the US from the Paris Agreement or actively sabotaging an oceans treaty that had been ongoing for years right at the last moment. If you want to look no further than the UK Army, there was a climate conference a few years back. The keynote speaker was a senior officer, and it could not have been more unequivocal about how both climate and nature are so interlinked with global security, whether it's the short term, whether it's the long term, or how those link together. In the short term, they were clear. It's energy efficiency, supply chain resilience, water materials scarcity. In the long term, It's migration, it's conflict, and it's dealing with flooding and wildfires at home and abroad. The Liberal Democrats and the UK have to step up, have to lead, have to maintain that collaboration where others, especially the US, are currently failing. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask James Holt to stand by and call Claire Cape from Chippenham. Claire Cape, are you in the hall this morning? Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, conference. Here we are in wonderful York again, and it's all over so quickly. Liberal Democrats are a progressive party, there's no doubt about that. That was clear in the packed-out fringe with Ros Savage, Layla Moran and Carl Cashman yesterday. We are committed to upholding international law and human rights. Our approach to international relations needs to be completely human rights informed. Trump's expansionist behaviour, as demonstrated by his threats regarding Greenland and actions in Venezuela, is illegal, as we've heard. But the motion failed to emphasise sufficiently Trump's ongoing partnership with Netanyahu's government in Israel, demonstrated by the attack 2 weeks ago in Iran. And of course since. Netanyahu is driven by what? The ultra-right-wing Kahanist theocrats want to extend Israel beyond its current borders with Palestine, which are already well beyond the borders agreed in 1967. An Israeli, David, I met a few years ago in Jerusalem, shared his political analysis with me. We can already see his predictions becoming a reality in the West Bank and Lebanon. Where next? Syria, Jordan, Turkey? Trump said he didn't want to start wars. So who has driven him to carry out the attacks on Iran? Wrecking the security across the Middle East, in Israel, Palestine, the UAE, Saudi, Iraq, and beyond, and allowing the global economic instability from which the UK and Europe will suffer most, while benefiting Russia and China. The special relationship the UK has enjoyed with the US is effectively dead, while Trump is in power. My American ex observed a few years ago that America is still fighting its civil war. Surely it's time to leave them to it and build the relationships that will benefit this country and our place in the world. Trump's board of peace for Gaza is ill-conceived at best. It is typically arrogant of him. It should be completely junked and replaced by a UN-led approach, co-created with the Palestinians and other players in the region. Let's vote against this motion and be the very bold, progressive Liberal Democrats we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask Adrian Heulinen-Tret to stand by and call James Holt from Shrewsbury.
Good morning, conference. Thank you, Hannah. A few weeks ago, I was able to sit in a hospital in Jordan and meet children that had been evacuated from Gaza. I sat with a 5-year-old boy who was the same size as my 1-year-old daughter, malnourished, broken jaw, lost limbs. He was one of the more fortunate ones. Thousands of children need the same help. Charity can only go so far. The only truly way to make a difference seems to be politics, and right now, global politics is what's failing them. We are witnessing an absence of serious international engagement, and this is what it looks like. Children in hospital beds who get lucky, and thousands more who don't. The international community is not responding at anything like close to the scale of what is required. And because of the actions of this US administration, the scale is going to get worse. In my work with charities, from landmines to HIV, vaccines and climate, we have seen what happens when powerful nations withdraw. Funding is destroyed overnight. USAID was gutted on nothing more than a political whim to appeal to Elon's algorithm. People are dying right now as a result. This motion calls on Britain to strengthen its soft power and expand its multilateral partnerships. Soft power is not an abstraction. It's built by showing up, by being an internationalist country that others can rely on. If we stand here and condemn America's withdrawal from the world, it is the Liberal Democrats who must also hold this government to account when it heads in the same direction. These conflicts across the Middle East carry a real risk of displacement on a scale that we have not prepared for, and the pattern will repeat. The people who create the conditions for these crises will be the same people who weaponize the consequences against refugees, people least able to absorb them. And they do this for their own political gain at home and abroad. This party needs to be ready. I think that this motion shows that we are. I urge conference to support the motion as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask Sophie Crossthorne to stand by and call Adrian Healy-Lane-Trett from Lambeth.
Good morning, conference. This morning I want to particularly focus on lines 34 to 36 of the motion and the destruction of the world order and the rules of laws which Trump is currently presiding over. As a liberal, rule of law, established under international treaties and conventions, has kept world peace for the past 80 years. However, with this deranged man in the White House, all norms of behaviour with regards to fundamental human rights have begun to be excluded, even in his own country, where the practices of ICE and the targeting of minority groups, refugees, immigrants, LGBTQ+ people, can all be collateral damage in the pursuit of dictatorial control. The massive outcome of these actions only emboldens other dictators to behave in a similar way, to persecute and discriminate against particular minorities across the world. With no country leading the standards expected by international treaties and conventions, governing institutions being removed from any sense of worthiness, and the operation of removing long-held principles and founding tenets of international cooperation and the rule of law destroyed. With my international role on the Liberal International Human Rights Committee and the LGBTI Liberals of Europe board member, human rights, and in particular LGBTQ+ human rights, are under threat in countries where these have been fundamental tenets and origins of progress since the late 1960s. We can't let the founding nation of the Stonewall riots end up destroying and removing rights of LGBT+ people, for women, for ethnic minorities, for people with disabilities. It's a very slippery slope, and sadly, it has already started. Liberal Democrats have always been at the head of ensuring truth to power, and our fundamental values and rights, especially human rights, inclusive of LGBTQ+ rights, carry international weight in discussions across the world. Where human rights and the rule of law seek to be removed, we must not let this happen, and we must not let this deranged idiot in the White House remove any such protections and give green lights for Russian, Chinese, and other authoritarian regimes around the world to behave in such an egregious manner. Please support the motion and the two super amendments to send a clear message from the Liberal Democrats to our country that we have a solid and serious international perspective, which is in contrast to all the other parties, including those particularly on the right, who have cozied up to Trump and are fundamentally damaging our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now ask Duncan Brack to stand by and call Sophie Crossthorne from Sheffield.
Good morning, conference. I'm Sophie Crossthorne, and I'm the parliamentary candidate standing to win back Sheffield Hallam at the next general election. Thank you. When you step outside Sheffield City Hall, you'll find our Women of Steel statue, which takes us back through Sheffield's history. 1940, the Luftwaffe and air raid sirens bombardment during the Sheffield Blitz. Yorkshire women keeping our steelworks and munition lines going. Sheffield Steel powering the engines of the Spitfire. This wasn't just industry, this was values made metal, keeping our country safe. Now, Sheffield is never too far from that past. We're home to the Advanced Manufacturing Research Centre, one of the UK's leading defence and aerospace hubs, 2 world-class universities, a heritage that's not just nostalgia, it's track record. The question isn't whether Sheffield can support Britain's defence again. The question is whether Britain will invest in Sheffield. Now, we all know why this is needed. No one in this room wants war or conflict. But the steps this motion calls for, alliance, strength and credibility, make that conflict far less likely. Trump's actions in Venezuela, Iran, his threats on Greenland, his sham board of peace handing Putin and Netanyahu exactly what they want, this is a president who treats international law like an option. He believes that the strong can just do as they please. And I've seen what that can cost. I've been to visit survivors of the Bosnian War. They were families torn apart from the Srebrenica genocide. We said never again. And I will not stand by whilst Nigel Farage tries to drag our country down Donald Trump's hateful path. Now, it's Paddy Ashdown's work in Bosnia that brought me to this party. Paddy understood that you can't just talk values. You have to be willing to defend them with steel, literally and figuratively. Now, he pushed for intervention whilst others dithered. And we cannot be passive on the world stage. We are Paddy's party, and his legacy of principled courage is now more important than ever before. Now, the Labour government have no plan for our defence, and the Green Party, a party that wanted to leave NATO, have shown contempt for our local defence industry. They might be able to talk the talk, but you have to be prepared to walk the walk when it comes to defending our values. Because liberal values, they don't defend themselves. Democracy does not defend itself. We learnt that in the 1930s. We learnt it again in Bosnia, and we are learning it again today. Sheffield's Women of Steel knew it, Paddy Ashdown knew it, and this party knows it. Back the motion and the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask Mark Pack to stand by and call Duncan Brack from Lambeth.
Thank you, Hannah. Conference security isn't only about bombs and missiles. Trump's threats to the safety of the world aren't only about his attacks on Venezuela and Iran, or his threats to Greenland, or to world trade, or to his interference in European politics. Potentially more serious than any of that is his undermining of the global framework of cooperation on climate change, an existential threat to human societies. Immediately on taking office last year, Trump signed an executive order instructing the US to start the process of withdrawing from the Paris Agreement, the treaty that commits nearly 200 countries to pursuing efforts to deliver a net zero economy during the second half of this century and to keep global temperature increases to well below 2 degrees. Countries have to give a year's notice of withdrawal, so on 27 January this year, the US formally exited the agreement, becoming the only UN member state to be outside it. But it wasn't only the Paris Agreement. In January, the US also withdrew from the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the International Renewable Energy Agency, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the World Health Organization, and 60 other international agreements and agencies, with more scheduled to follow. Withdrawal by itself is bad enough. It sets a precedent for others. It emboldens those who aim to stop progress, such as the petrostates who blocked the plans for a roadmap to transition away from fossil fuels at the climate summit in Brazil last year, but not agreed. It cuts significant funding from international initiatives. But worse than that, the US has gone further and bullied countries who are trying to uphold the principle of international cooperation. In October last year, the International Maritime Organization was set to agree a landmark global carbon pricing system for the shipping industry, binding emission reduction targets for shipping backed by a global carbon pricing scheme. The plans have been agreed in principle by scores of governments and by leading shipping businesses. But the US joined Saudi Arabia and Russia in opposing the plan and threatened to impose punitive tariffs on countries if they voted in favour. In the face of this intimidation, the proposal was shelved for a year. So Trump and his government pose a threat not just to this country or that. His actions are a threat not just to the principle of the international rule of law. They are a clear and present danger to the structure of global treaties and institutions that promote international cooperation, that bind countries together in pursuit of global common goals. This is a good motion, but it ought to have included that dimension, and it didn't. So I'm pleased that the movers agreed to draft in the new paragraph 5 that you'll see on page 10 of Conference Daily. That at least recognises the problem. Now let's see Liberal Democrats press the government on it, upholding the values of internationalism, of cooperation between nation states, that is a consistent principle of liberalism and a consistent element of this party's approach and this party's policies. Please vote for the motion.
Thank you, Conference. I now ask David Chalmers to stand by and call Mark Pack from Islington.
Thank you, Chair. And it's nice to be here not talking about a constitutional amendment for a change. But Donald Trump's administration or Elon Musk doing something extreme or unpleasant is so commonplace that I think it's easy to overlook just how troubling their cheerleading for Tommy Robinson is. So let me just very briefly give you a short, incomplete extract from Tommy Robinson's CV. Conviction for assaulting an off-duty police officer. Community order after participating in a mass brawl. And another assault conviction. Jailed for using a false passport. Jailed for mortgage fraud. Jailed for contempt of court. Convicted of stalking. Jailed for contempt of court. You might begin to see a pattern there. Yet Elon Musk has looked at that pattern and decided to champion him. A State Department official looked at that record and decided to welcome him and do a happy, cheery photo on social media at the State Department. It's a list of worrying behaviour that Lisa added to in moving Amendment 2 earlier in this debate. So when we talk about the risks of the US government and billionaires interfering in our politics, they're not just seeking to defend their business self-interest, they're not just seeking to express freedom of speech or engaging in foreign policy debate. They're looking deliberately to support the very worst amongst us. They see violent thuggery and decide that is something to cheer on and encourage. And that's why we need to act. And the government's plans so far are so weak and so inadequate. Let me give you just one example. The Representation of the People Bill, currently going through Parliament, is meant to curb the influence of foreign money on our politics. But the safeguards are so low that all Donald Trump would need to do is take one of the UK companies that he owns, divvy up the ownership between him and his direct family, pump up its turnover a little bit by some financial transfers within the Donald Trump empire, and bingo, he would be able to donate unlimited sums of money direct into UK politics, even after the safeguards that Labour say they're introducing. Those really are no safeguards at all. That's why we need Amendment 2, it's why we need Amendment 1, and it's why we need the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. As I've had no one speaking against either of the amendments, I'm not calling summators for the amendments. So I now call David Chalmers from North Hertfordshire and Stevenage to summate the motion.
Good morning, Conference. I'm going to, Conference. We have had a serious and passionate debate this morning, and I want to begin by thanking the proposer and everyone who has contributed. Before I go any further, perhaps a small piece of practical advice to those who have spoken so forcefully in this debate. You might want to think twice about booking a holiday in Florida anytime soon. Because if the behaviour of the current EU administration tells us anything, It is that criticism of President Trump is never warmly received. Now, that may sound like a joke, but behind it lies a serious point. For decades, the United Kingdom and the United States have shared one of the closest alliances in the world, built on shared democratic values, the rule of law, and mutual trust. But as many speakers have argued today, that trust has been profoundly damaged. That special relationship, as one speaker said, is dead. We have heard about threats against Greenland, an autonomous Danish authority, and therefore against a NATO ally, illegal military action in Venezuela, unilateral strikes alongside his henchman Netanyahu against Iran in breach of international law, and a US strategy that openly talks about interfering in European politics. Together, these actions send a dangerous signal to the world. They suggest that international rules can simply be ignored, that sovereignty can be threatened, and that might makes right. And when that signal comes from the United States, it emboldens those who already seek to undermine the international system. It emboldens Vladimir Putin. It emboldens Xi Jinping. And it weakens the alliances that have helped maintain peace for decades. Now, the speakers mentioned, so Christina talked about the Board of Peace. You know, she's an American citizen, and how the impact that it's having on American citizens themselves, and the Board of Peace itself has nothing to do with that. Charlie talked to us about the free trade party, which is so important. Josh talked about sabotaging the world's attempts to protect the climate and the America's withdrawal from the Paris Climate Agreement. Claire talked about the impact on human rights and how Trump's collaboration with the Netanyahu government actually undermines peace in the Middle East and throughout that region. James, who actually talked about how he'd been in Jordan and the real victims of Trump's actions, refugees, children in hospitals and dying. Adrian drew on his experience to talk about the LGBT community and others, refugees, immigrants, who are being so targeted and attacked in Trump's America. And Sophie reminded us of Sheffield's proud historic history, and also of the Bosnian War, and of our party that stood up, and of that word that we are Paddy's party of principled courage. And Duncan also reminded us of paragraph 5 of the global climate change, and how with Trump's and the US's withdrawal from those agreements actually undermines all the cooperation that we have within states and the protection of our world. And Mark talked about Tommy Robertson and the real threat that he poses to our democracy, and of Elon Musk's support for him. But we also heard something else in this debate, and let me just be absolutely clear about one thing. Our disagreement is not with the American people. It is with Trump's. Sorry, one second here. It is with Trump. It is disagreement with the president and his criminal regime, who are undermining the democratic institutions many are fighting to protect. Across the United States, millions of Americans are standing up for democracy. Several speakers reminded us that there was an attempt to overturn the result of a democratic election in January the 6th. Conference, we must stand firmly with those Americans who are defending democracy.
Please bring your remarks to a close.
Yes. Conference, this is not simply a condemnation, it is a response. Please, I would ask you to support the motion and the 2 amendments as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Conference. Just to note that we received a large volume of cards for this debate, as you can imagine, so apologies that we have not been able to take everyone who submitted a card. Okay, so we're now going to move to the votes. So first of all, we will have the vote on Amendment 1. Can I please see all those in the hall in favour? That's quite a lot of you. And can I please see all those against? Okay, we're just going to take a moment to check the online vote. Okay, and in the meantime, can I please take all those in favour of Amendment 2? Thank you. And all those against Amendment 2? Okay, that's pretty conclusive. Let's just check the online vote. That matches, so both of those amendments are carried. So we are now going to take the vote on the motion as amended by those two amendments. So in the hall, please, can I see all those in favour of the amended motion? Okay, and all those against? Again, I'm just going to give a minute for those online votes to come on, because when we have amendments, we have to wait for the amendments to be passed or otherwise before we open that online vote. So just bear with us one moment, please. Okay, that all matches up, so that amended motion is overwhelmingly carried. Thank you, conference. I would like to thank my aide, Nick DaCosta, and I'm now handing over to Duncan Brack to chair the next session.
Thank you, conference. If people would like to settle down and take their seats as quickly as possible. We are now moving on to the debate on the last debate of this conference, item F19, Local Government Finance Emergency. You will find the text of the motion on pages 48 to 50 of the agenda, and there is one amendment for debate which you will find on pages 11 and 12 of Conference Daily. So will you please now settle down and either leave the hall or take your seat and stop talking so we can hear the speakers in this debate. I'd like to ask Helen Morgan, MP for North Shropshire, to stand by to propose Amendment 1. I now call to speak in favour of the motion Zoe Franklin, MP for Guildford, and the Parliamentary spokesperson for local government to move the motion. Zoe.
Good morning, conference. I hope you're all alive and alert after a wonderful evening. And I'd just like to say I went to my first Glee Club last night. I am still awake this morning. So to get to the serious moment of this morning, as Liberal Democrats, we know that local government is the foundation of our democracy and our success as a party, and is the part of government that has the most day-to-day impact on people and our communities. And I'm going to start by saying, for all of you in the room who are councillors, I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you do. It is the council that fixes the pothole outside your home. It is the council that supports a child with special needs. It is the council that provides social care for an ageing parent. And yet today, councils across England are being asked to do more with less, year after year. The truth is simple. The system of local government finance is broken. Over the past decade, councils have been squeezed by rising demand for services while their core funding has failed to keep pace. Social care costs have risen, housing pressures have intensified, communities need more support, not less. And yet, the funding system remains short-term, uncertain and deeply unfair. Even with Labour's new multi-year settlements, local authorities are facing almost impossible decisions about which services they can afford to provide, and even looking into the face of inevitable effective bankruptcy. Libraries close, youth services disappear, preventative support is cut back. And when that happens, it is families, young people and vulnerable residents that pay the price. In Parliament, I've raised these issues, as have other MP colleagues, because the funding situation facing councils just simply cannot continue as it is. I'm grateful to the work of councillors and council leaders and council executive members across the country for the Liberal Democrats, who are working in impossible circumstances, delivering impressive services for their local residents and making a real Liberal distance. But speaking with them time and time again, they tell the same story of the challenges they face, which is why Liberal Democrats are pressing the government to repeal the so-called fair funding review. If it is anything, it is not fair. It does not deliver the funding local government so desperately needs. Instead of strengthening councils, it risks redistributing already scarce resources between local authorities, effectively taking funding from communities with a balanced chequebook to give it to others, without overdressing the overall shortfall. That is not a solution to the crisis in local government finances. I know that local government leaders want to plan for the long term. They want to invest in prevention, in communities and in local economic growth. But instead, they're being forced to operate under constant financial uncertainty. That is not sustainable governance. That is permanent crisis management. And I'll turn to my own region briefly, where it is absolutely abundantly clear. We are currently navigating a programme of local government reform, ostensibly because of the financial mess that the Conservatives got us into. And we know that reorganisation, which the government is forcing through, does not solve the fundamental problem. Without fixing how councils are funded, we are just moving financial pressures from one set of councils to another. So, Conference, the Liberal Democrats have always believed that power should sit as close as possible to the people it affects. Real devolution is not just about transferring responsibilities, it's about transferring resources, stability and trust. That means reforming outdated systems like council tax, which bear little relation to modern property values. It means giving councils greater fiscal autonomy so they can invest in the priorities for their communities. And it means recognising that local authorities are not simply delivery arms of Whitehall. They are democratic institutions in their own right who know their communities best. When local government is funded properly, communities can flourish. Councils can invest in prevention. They can support thriving town centres. They can strengthen the social fabric that holds communities together. But when councils are pushed to the brink financially, the consequences ripple through every part of local life. This motion sets out a path to fairer and more sustainable system of local government finance. It is about restoring stability. It's about restoring fairness. And above all, it is about restoring trust in local democracy. And before I close Conference, to let you all have the floor and share your stories, your thoughts, which I'm deeply looking forward to, I also want to recognise the amendment from my colleague Helen Morgan on social care. Social care is one of the single greatest pressures facing councils today, accounting for an ever-growing share of local authority budgets. Without addressing the social care crisis, it is impossible to put local government finances on a truly sustainable footing. Helen's amendment strengthens this motion by recognising that reality, and I encourage Conference you to support it. Conference, if we want thriving communities, if we want empowered local government, if we want decisions made closer to the people they affect, then we must fix the way local government is funded. So, Conference, I urge you to support the motion this morning and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Would Tony Vickers from West Berkshire please stand by? Now called to move Amendment 1. Helen Morgan, MP for North Shropshire and the party's spokesperson on health and social care.
Thank you. Good morning, Conference. I'd like to propose Amendment 1, which addresses the impact of the social care crisis on our councils. One of the major causes of financial distress in councils is the rising cost of social care. In my home of Shropshire, we're spending almost 80% of the council's budget on care, and the demand is rising every single year. Across the country, on average, local authorities are spending 2/3 of their budget on social care, and the recent hike in employers' NICs by the Labour government has made that much, much more of a strain. Because social care isn't provided directly by the local authority or NHS employees, the cost of that hike is borne by the council and ultimately by us, its taxpayers. Now, I'm a zealot when it comes to reforming the funding of social care. If we get it right, we'll transform the lives of those who need additional care in order to remain independent at home or to remain out of hospital in residential care. And we'll also free up council resources to do the things that only councils do best: invest to drive economic growth, reduce inequality and support the most vulnerable people in their communities. And we might even get away from discussing potholes when we're out canvassing. But Labour have missed the opportunity to grasp this nettle, despite their huge majority. The cross-party talks have included only one meeting to date. There is another one in the diary, but Baroness Casey's final report will take years to conclude and will run into the hard political reality of a general election. And we can't afford to continue to kick this political football into touch. Now, Liberal Democrats have put forward idea after idea, from a statutory guarantee of respite care to a carer's minimum wage, and we stand ready to participate fully in these talks and consider any reasonable idea, if only the government showed more resolve to arrive at a solution. The Prime Minister needs to address this issue with urgency, reconvene and lead those cross-party talks and lead the way to a solution that will transform the lives of carers, the cared for, and everyone in society. Our amendment calls on him to do that, and I urge you to support it and this excellent motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Would Councillor Chris Lucas from North Hertfordshire and Stevenage please stand by? I now call to speak against the motion Tony Vickers from West Berkshire.
Conference, I agree with everything Zoe and Helen have said, but I'm asking you to vote against this motion, and I'll explain why. I've been a councillor for 20 years out of the last 30 years, and as a chartered surveyor, I've spent most of that time also researching how we can have a sustainable, fair, progressive property tax system in local government. The reason I want you to vote against or sit on your hands and not vote at all is this is not really a policy motion. This is a hand-wringing motion. It doesn't deserve to be on your conference agenda. 2 years ago, we had almost exactly the same motion. It was called a crisis in local government funding then. It's now an emergency. Yes, it is an emergency, particularly on the social care side. So if you are going to vote for it, please include Amendment 1. Conference, we have policies already. We've had them for 20 years. Let me remind you what is on our policy framework going back to then. In fact, the first working party on policy I ever took part in was in 1995, and that's the last time we've had a particular study of local government finance. When we've looked at taxation, local government taxation has been an afterthought. It's not really been fully developed. But in 2006, in the tax policy paper, Fairer, Simpler, Greener, we agreed, and I quote, that in the longer term, we would achieve radical change by developing policies on land tax, policies in the plural. Then in 2013, Fairer Taxes, the next policy paper on taxation, said that we would launch consultation on how to implement land value tax in the next Parliament, i.e. by 2019. In 2018, we did indeed, thanks to Andrew Dixon, who did all the work himself with a team of researchers, we passed through conference the commercial landowner levy, which would reform business rates onto a land value tax basis. The next year, he tried to do the same with council tax. It didn't even get on the council agenda. But we do have a very good step towards land value tax with the proportional property tax, which you can find out about on Fairer Share. Conference is not the time to tell you why those are good policies, but I want you to reject the motion because it fails to reflect our existing policy. It is not for want of it being an urgent matter, but it lacks urgency in the need to develop existing policies now so that we're ready for responsible Liberal Democrat government. Everyone knows, every party on my council knows that our local government finance system is a mess. We need to be showing up and being daring about what our alternative policies are. Do what we promised 13 years ago to do. Decide on the detail of how to implement a land value tax both at local and at national level. Yes, we're known to be a caring party. Yes, we believe in fairness. Let's dare as well. Be fair, care and dare. Conference, sit on your hands or vote against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Would Councillor Wendy Taylor from Newcastle City please stand by? Now called to speak in favour of the motion, Councillor Chris Lucas from North Hertfordshire and Stevenage.
Conference. In May last year, the Liberal Democrats took control of Hertfordshire County Council for the first time, the first non-Conservative administration in the county's history. That deserves a round of applause. Thank you. And when I was asked by our leader, Councillor Steve Jarvis, to take on the resources and performance portfolio with responsibility for the county's £1.2 billion and to serve the needs of 1.1 residents, I accepted the role with relish, eagerly anticipating how I can use the budget to drive through innovation, fund the transformational changes, and provide the resources necessary to spearhead the cultural changes and make a real demonstrable difference between a Liberal Democrat administration and a tired, moribund Conservative administration bereft of any new ideas and positivity. Given the number of name badges I've seen containing the letters CLLR on them over the last couple of days, clearly we Liberal Democrats are the lifeblood of local government. But sometimes we forget that for most normal people, all politics is local. It's where the potholes get filled, where library doors open, where vulnerable children get support, where an elderly person receives the care that allows them to live their lives with dignity. To most of our residents, local government is not an abstract concept, it's the practical machinery of life. But right now, that machinery is running on fumes. Over the last decade and more, funding to councils has been cut dramatically. In Hertfordshire, where I come from, Fair Funding Review has stripped us of over £40 million over the next 3 years. The stark reality of these funding cuts means that we have no choice but to look into everything that we do and try to squeeze an already tightly squeezed budget even further. I came into the job wanting to do more with more. I had no idea that I was to become the man with the sickle and the scythe, because as demand for our services keeps rising, central government keeps cutting them. Due to years of Tory underinvestment, our roads continue to crumble at an alarming rate. We have an ageing population who are increasingly exposed to the ravages of the cost of living crisis, and more children than ever in need of SEND. Despite all of this, in Hertfordshire, we've managed to balance our books for 2 years, but I know we're amongst the lucky ones. Due to the tectonic plates of financial settlements constantly shifting underfoot, I know that some councils are teetering dangerously close to the edge. Some councils perform miracles in balancing the books. Some have had no choice but to sell assets, run down reserves, and pare back on non-statutory services. We've also had to innovate and think creatively on how, when, and why we deliver council services. But sadly, resources portfolio holders are not sorcerers, trying to find the right incantation to turn base metals into gold. Innovation cannot replace adequate funding. You cannot balance the books forever when the numbers simply do not add up. So that's why I urge you to support this motion, because it gets to the heart of two fundamental principles: trusting local democracy and funding it properly. It calls for sustained, real terms increase in core funding, a fair distribution of resources based on need, a long-term solution.
Please draw your remarks to a close.
Special educational needs. Conference, please support this motion and all the amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris. Would Luke Taylor, MP from Sutton, please stand by, and I'll call to speak in favour of the motion Councillor Dr. Wendy Taylor from Newcastle City.
Good morning, Conference. Tony Vickers has just told us that this motion isn't urgent. For social care, it really is. If we're going to make a difference to the Casey Commission and make sure it isn't yet another failed review, we have to come up with a long-term solution for tackling social care. Local councils are facing ever-increasing costs of social care due to increasing age and frailty and complexity, and we do need that urgent solution. And there's also a huge amount of time and money being wasted by the NHS and councils bickering over who pays for what, particularly continuing health care, whilst the patients languish in hospital waiting for a decision. It's just not good enough. Adult social care should matter to all of us. Even if we do not use social care today, most of us will either need it in the future, support someone who does, or rely on the communities it helps sustain. At its best, it helps adults of all ages to live the life that they want and do the things that matter most to them. But for too long, the system has been underfunded, understaffed, and complex to navigate. We've had decades in which attempts to decide on the best way to fund social care have been used as a political football, and they have all failed so far. We urgently need cross-party talks to agree a long-term solution. Now, that could be income tax. It could be a national insurance scheme. The Liberal Democrats favour free personal care and that people should only pay for their accommodation costs. But we are willing to work with others to come up with a sensible solution. The Local Government Association, of which I'm the chair of the Health and Wellbeing Committee, has launched a major consultation on adult social care. It's called Care Where We Live, and it's to make sure that Baroness Casey's commission gets the views of everyone involved in local government: councillors, officers, the voluntary sector, those with lived experience, and their carers. And I urge everyone here to give their views. You can do that by going to the LGA website. The committee I chair is cross-party, and at a local government level, it's amazing the amount of consensus we managed to achieve. Let's make sure we have those national cross-party talks and reach a consensus nationally that we can all support. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Would Keith Howkins from Amber Valley please stand by? Now called to speak in favour of the motion, Luke Taylor, who is a councillor and MP for Sutton and Chee.
Thank you very much, Conference. This motion is critical because the crisis in local government funding touches every corner of the country. In my role as London spokesperson, I've knocked on doors across London and heard residents speak about the cost of living crisis, struggling public services, and their growing despair. I heard their anger at the previous Conservative government and now their growing disappointment with this Labour government. London is a city of 8 million people where 1 in 4, and that's a full 2.3 million people, live in poverty. For non-white households, that rises to 38%. For single-parent households, more than half live in poverty. Teachers across London know that any given time, at least one child in their classroom is likely to be living in temporary accommodation. Year after year, London councils have been asked to do more with less. The funding formula has not been properly updated for over a decade, and it still fails to properly account for housing costs, the single biggest factor shaping poverty in our city. When rent alone can swallow more than half of someone's income, ignoring housing costs means ignoring the reality of inner London. We were told there would be no return to austerity, yet the government's funding review effectively doubles down on cuts. Over the next 3 years, per capita funding from central government will fall across most inner London boroughs. Camden, Lambeth, Southwark, Lewisham, Wandsworth, Greenwich, Hammersmith and Fulham, Islington, Westminster and Kensington and Chelsea all face further cuts in funding. So, Conference, I will be supporting this motion because in London and across the country, councils are being pushed to the limit. We need a sustained, real terms increase in core funding for local government. We need a funding formula that reflects the real cost of living in cities like London, one that recognises housing costs and poverty, not one that pretends they do not exist. We need a long-term solution to the SEND crisis that is driving councils towards financial collapse, and we need a fair, sustainable, multi-year settlement to let civic chambers take back control of their finances, to plan ahead and invest in their community's future rather than constantly firefighting just to keep services going. Being Liberal Democrats, putting local people at the heart of what we do and giving them control is what we do best. And we do know that the best way to do that is to make sure everyone lives in a properly and sustainably funded, democratic, active local government that is rooted in community politics. So back this motion and let's keep fighting for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Would Councillor Bill Revens from Bridgewater and West Somerset stand by to summate the motion? And now called to speak in favour of the motion, Keith Howkins from Amber Valley. Keith is a first-time speaker at this conference.
Thank you, Conference. I support the motion, but as well as having adequate and fair funding, councils need to have the freedom to spend the funding as they wish according to local priorities. I've worked in local and central government for over 30 years, and in that period there's been an increasing centralisation of funding so that local authorities are increasingly just acting as agents of the state now rather than the innovators that they used to be. 20 years ago, school funding was taken out of general local authority funding and put in a separate grant. because the government of the day were worried that authorities would spend the funding on potholes. Now there's a separate potholes funding stream which councils have to report back onto the government because they're worried they might spend some of that on children. Returning to education funding, I think a lot of the inflexibilities in the system have hampered authorities' attempts to deal with the high needs issue. Increasingly, calculation of school budgets is determined by the national funding formula. Local authorities have lost that flexibility to determine how resources are distributed locally. However, academy trusts still have the ability to top, slice and pool, but they're not locally accountable. Then within the schools budget, there's ring fencing for the schools element, and authorities have to get permission to transfer significant amounts to high needs, and that's quite a bureaucratic process, as I know from my own experience. But a lot of high needs expenditure is actually outside the dedicated schools grant, and it's in general local authority funding. So if you have a higher cost placement, but you could make savings on the home to school transport bill, you can't offset one against the other because they're in different budgets, and vice versa. Similarly, if your numbers of EHCPs are rising and you need to spend more on educational psychologists or the administration of the system, then you can't fund that from the very welcome increase there's been in high needs budgets in the DSG because they're in separate budgets. And the basic architecture of this system has remained unchanged for 20 years under all governments. Clearly, with the SEN review, there is an opportunity to review this. The system is likely to remain unchanged for the next couple of years in any case. I think there's a temptation for all parties to look at their priorities and say, oh, we're in favour of a ring-fenced grant. But that does not help local authorities in making themselves relevant, autonomous and independent in response to local priorities. So I hope in the future our party will support the review but vote against ring fencing wherever it arises. Please vote for the motion.
Thank you, Keith. After the next speaker, we are moving to the votes on the amendment and the motion, so please get your voting cards ready. I now call to speak in favour of the motion to summate on the motion Councillor Bill Revens from Bridgewater and West Somerset. Bill is leader of Somerset Council.
Conference, I'm curious. I wonder how many of you have ever delivered a leaflet with a picture of a Liberal Democrat pointing at a pothole. Well, I certainly have. And I'm very proud as leader of Somerset Council that in spite of a financial emergency, this year we have so far fixed 1,276 potholes in Somerset. And I know that colleagues throughout the country, from Cornwall to Westmorland, from Shropshire to Hull, will know that never before in the history of local government have the Liberal Democrats fixed more potholes than we have in this year alone. But Mayor Pete, when he spoke earlier, was absolutely right. We need to stop pointing at the potholes, and we need to start pointing at the causes of the potholes. We were rightly exhorted to pick a ward and win it after the general election of 2015. Not only did we do that, we did that 3,200 times with the number of councillors that we have elected, and we have done it with 75 councillors with Lib Dem administrations and 43 with a majority. We should be proud of the traditions and history that we have in local government in the Lib Dems. Zoe was absolutely right when she said the system of local government is broken. And Helen's amendment absolutely builds on that because one of the main reasons is because of the increasing demand and costs of social care. It is absolute insanity to fund the system of caring for our most vulnerable people, those who need adults and children's social care, out of a tax on 1991 property values. As that tax fails to meet the need that is growing and the costs that are growing every year, so councils across the country, as so many contributors to this debate have pointed out, are having to look and make those tough decisions about where we spend our money. Tony, I hear what you say about land value taxation and our policies from 1995 and 2006. But respectfully, we have had years of austerity and inflation since there. We did not have, in our last general election manifesto, a policy to replace council tax or look at local government funding beyond replacing business rates. We need to update that, and that's what lines 87 to 96 do in this motion. Chris spoke passionately about the situation in Hertfordshire. Wendy spoke passionately about the need for the urgency of the Casey review and for us to contribute to it. Luke, absolutely, we need to link this to equalities and the impact in London. And Keith, yes, local councils need that freedom to spend their money as local priorities see fit. Conference, I urge you to support this motion. We are a party that has built our success at Westminster on the foundations of our success at local government. You only need to walk around and see the number of badges at conference with the word councillor on them to know that we are a party of local government. But my challenge to the Liberal Democrats and to conference from now on is that we need to be the voice for local government, stand up for local democracy, and make sure that our residents get the services, the standards of services that they deserve in all our communities. Please vote for the motion and vote for the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bill. We're now moving to the votes on the amendment on the motion. Could I have the lights up, please? Just a couple of things to note before we do that. We had more than twice as many cards as I could have time to call, so I'm really sorry. There were a lot of very highly qualified people who wanted to speak. We couldn't fit in. Many apologies to them. Secondly, there are a few people who have managed to sneak into the top section of the auditorium above the barrier. Actually, that section is supposed to be closed, so when we finished voting, could you please move down to the lower section? My note doesn't say what happens to you if you stay there, but I assume it's going to be highly unpleasant. So, we now have two votes, and for online voters, the voting is already open. First vote is on Amendment 1, which you'll find in Conference Daily. Could I see all those voting in favour of Amendment 1? Thank you very much. Can I now see all those voting against Amendment 1? Don't think I can see anyone. Oh, there's a couple, yeah, this morning. Just check the online vote. That is very clearly carried. We now vote on the main motion as amended by Amendment 1. Could I see all those in favour of the motion? Thank you very much. And can I now see all those against the motion? Yes, there are a few. We'll just wait for the online votes to catch up. That is very clearly carried. Thank you very much indeed, Conference. Thank you to everyone who spoke. I'd like to thank my aide, Charlie Hasted, and my hall aide, Alison Jenner. We're now just taking a few minutes break to set up the stage for the next session, so don't go anywhere. Thank you, Conference.
Good morning, conference. Can I please ask everyone to take their seats and to do so in my usual phrase when I'm chairing, quietly, quickly and safely, please. Those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Nick DaCosta, I'm the chair of Conference Committee. Thank you very much to everyone for being such wonderful members over this conference weekend. It's been a fantastic experience. And I'm now delighted to hand over to the party president, Josh Babarindi.
Hello, lovely people. What a conference, eh? On behalf of all of us, I want to say a set of massive thank yous to many people, because none of what's happened at this conference happens by magic, even if it often looks like it does. So to all the staff at the Barbican, and indeed the people of York, thank you. You have put up with a very large number of Liberal Democrats descending on your city for a weekend, and you've done it with grace and professionalism throughout. So thank you. To Chris, Dan, to Ed, to Nick, to people like Meg and the rest of the production crew. They are the ones who make this hall look and feel the way it does, and they go well beyond what anyone could reasonably ask of them. And Chris told me that he's been doing it for 33 years. Let's give them a round of applause. To Lizzie for running the autocue that's working perfectly at the moment. Thank you, Lizzie. Let's give her a round of applause. To Aztec and Echo, who have kept so much running behind the scenes, thank you. And a special and very warm thank you to Julie, Vicky and Joe, our British Sign Language interpreters, who have been managing to catch up in some way. You're incredible. To the Earl, John Russell, our noble photographer. Thank you for making us, and all the photography team, thank you for making us all look much more photogenic than we have any right to look. To SPA Security, who have kept us all safe this weekend. To our sponsors, exhibitors, advertisers, and fringe bookers, this conference would not exist without you, and we are genuinely grateful. And to the Federal Conference Committee, led by the amazing Nick DaCosta. The Federal Policy Committee for going through motions to the stewarding team, including new Chief Steward Jodie Frappel. Our parliamentary staff, our party staff, and in particular Susie, Wilma, Amy and Pilar in the conference office, who have been planning this weekend since before the last one ended. And thank all of you for coming, for contributing, and for being great Liberals. Now, as President, I have the privilege of being able to go even further with these thank yous and to recognise some of those who go over and above to make the Liberal Democrats the fighting Liberal force we are. Folks, it's the Party Awards. So the first award, the first gong, is the Bertha Bowness Fisher Award. And it always recognises the contributions of a newer member. And today's winner, and all of our winners have been nominated by party members, today's winner has been a Liberal Democrat for just over a year as a member. And her nominators have said that in that time she's organised events to engage diverse communities in particular, raised thousands of pounds through fundraisers, brought new people into the Liberal Democrats, played a key role in making Action Days a success, and much more. The award goes to police detective turned Lib Dem campaigner Naila Sharif. Congratulations!
Thank you, dear Queen, and thank you for all the mothers in the Middle East.
Amazing. Congratulations. You're very welcome.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome. Take care.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Well done. No cartwheels. Okay, next is the Albert Ingham Award. And this goes to an election agent or campaign manager in recognition of a particularly outstanding campaign. And my goodness, there are very many to choose from. But our winner is someone who has spent years doing the patient, unglamorous, essential work of organizing a campaign to deliver, in this case, the first Lib Dem MP in Dorking and Hawley for 108 years. And he hasn't stopped there. He is very much fired up for the Surrey elections this May, which was I was delighted myself to go and help with just a few days ago. The Albert Ingham Award goes to the incredible Bob Vance. Bob, congratulations. Loving the suit, by the way. Do you take the award for the photo? All you do. I nearly wore my pink suit again today, so I'm glad we didn't clash. So, next award is the Laura Grimmond Award. And this is for someone who, like Laura, hasn't sought the political limelight themselves, but who has supported others so that they could shine. Now, our winner started the Clerical Club in Shropshire. It was a group, and still is, a group that meets very regularly to stuff envelopes, to address them, to bundle leaflets, and to help get our Liberal message out there. And we've only got to look at the Shropshire Council results from last year and, of course, Helen Morgan's stonking majority to see just how pivotal her efforts have been. Please put your hands together for the winner of the Laura Grimmond Award. It's Julie Bushell. Congratulations, Julie. Thank you for all you do. You're a legend. Okay, now the Leaders Award. But you'll see that there are two trophies on the table. And that's because we have, unusually, two winners this year. And I'm pretty confident that when you hear about them, you'll understand why it was just too difficult to choose between the two. The first of these awards goes to someone who has spent years working to make our party more diverse, more representative, and more reflective of the country that we are ambitious to serve. As founder and chair of the Lib Dem campaign for race equality, he has led Super Action Days for ethnic minority candidates across the country, mentored members, and brought his lived experience to help shape party policy. He pours his all into this mission and has refused to let his own health challenges stop him from showing up for others. That says everything about the kind of person he is and why he deserves this award. The winner of our first Leaders Award is Roderick Lynch. So what some of you may know is that Roderick had a pretty enormous operation a matter of days ago and has basically come straight out of his hospital bed to come to conference. So that's the kind of man he is. Wishing you the best of recoveries, man. So our second winner of the Leaders Award at this spring conference has given this party something that is genuinely gold dust in political campaigning. Decades of consistent, dedicated service. He was first elected to Rugby Borough Council in 1990, then Warwickshire County Council in 1993, the year I was born. He has stood for Parliament 4 times, and he has led the Liberal Democrat group at Warwickshire County Council for over 20 years. 20 years of incredible leadership of that group. There have been good years and there have been harder ones. And through every single one of them, he's given everything to this party and the communities that he serves. The second winner of the Leaders Award is Jerry Rudhouse. Unfortunately, Jerry couldn't be with us here today because Jerry's out on the doorsteps campaigning. So this award is being collected by Sarah on his behalf. Round of applause. Thank you so much, Sarah, and please pass my best. Okay, so now there is another wild card, and this is the final one, I promise. It's a special recognition beyond our usual awards. And we wanted to recognise the incredible contributions of a veteran Liberal Democrat. She is a living legend, and having just turned 98, is the most life-experienced living former MP in the country. And she is standing strong as a serving parish councillor in her patch to this day. And yet some of us struggle to make it to a 10 a.m. action day, including me sometimes. This incredible woman has been at it for nearly a century. And when she was elected to Parliament, she became the first Liberal woman to enter the House of Commons since Megan Lloyd-George, who had entered the Commons 57 years prior. She has spent her life fighting for women's rights and equality and has never stopped. Conference, would you please put your hands together for the amazing Elizabeth Shields. Yes. Elizabeth, thank you for your service. You're incredible. Please, throw the flowers after you. incredible Liberals. Thank you for everything. I'm going to look over at the cameras as well. We are in the presence of greatness. Congratulations to all of our honorees this afternoon. Thank you for all that you do. Now, please sit tight for a few minutes and get your wallets and Apple Pay at the ready, because very shortly, after we've welcomed a few more people into the hall, our newly reappointed party treasurer, the glorious Tilly McAuliffe, will be taking to the stage in just a couple of minutes. Thank you so much, conference.
Hello, conference. Okay, so thank you for glorious. I'm loving glorious. Are you handsomest? Sunniest? You are the sunniest MP, and we all know why. Thank you very much, Josh. Hello, conference. Thank you very much. So I have to say, I love spring conference. Don't tell anyone, but I think I even prefer it to autumn conference. Because, for a start, it's in beautiful York. It's a little bit more York. I want a lot of clapping, by the way. We got a lot of things to cover today, a lot of places in England, Scotland, and Wales, and we want a lot of clapping. It's a little bit more relaxed. You can spend time with people, you can catch up on the important votes, the great speeches, and the vital training. And then bang, it's over. Short, sharp, we're done. Which is perfect this year because we need to get back out there campaigning. We have elections to win. We need to stop Reform and the Green from using these elections to gain footholds all over the UK. We need to remind voters that neither Labour nor the Conservatives have the answers. And alongside the campaigning, there's another task ahead of us. Because while we've been knocking on doors and delivering leaflets, Reform has been raising money, lots of money. About £12 million already, and it's only going to get bigger. They are better funded than any UK party's ever been. We know, though, that money alone doesn't win elections. People win elections. Volunteers win elections. You win elections. But money really helps. It helps our incredibly clever campaign teams use their time well to reach more voters in more places with better campaigns. And we all know what Liberal Democrats can achieve when we combine people power with a little bit of financial firepower. So before I continue, could I possibly ask you to get your phones out or get your wallets out? You know you have a strong urge to support our local elections campaign. So we've made it easy for you. You can donate by following the link libdems.org.uk/appeal or use the QR code behind me. Why are these elections so important? I mean, we all know, but I'm going to remind you, because I'm going to go on a little election tour around the country. I mean, I'm Welsh, Scottish, and Australian. There's not a drop of English in me. I'm basically living proof that Liberal Democrats really do believe in international cooperation. Okay, so have we got any Scots in the room? Me. Because in Scotland we have the Scottish Parliament election and it's looking great. Alex Cole-Hamilton, our fearless leader up there, told me the Scottish campaign is outstripping every previous metric and record we've ever set. More doors knocked than ever before. Candidates in place and delivering for their communities earlier than ever before. More money raised than ever before. But we are burning through it at a rate of knots. So we need your help. Come on, guys. This is a direct quote. Come on, guys. We are the last spoke on the wheel of revival for our party. We can finally break through in Scotland, but we need your help. While you're getting it out, I'm going to have a drink of water. Pip, thank you very much. Right, they run on leaflets. They run on digital ads, which all costs money. Now, oes na rywun yma o Gymru? Are there any Welsh in the room? Me again. Thank you. In Wales, our fab Welsh Lib Dem leader, Jane Dodd, said this to me. Wales is the beating heart of liberalism. And on May the 7th, we need your help to spread the Welsh love. A cariad Gymraeg. Is that okay? Help us in any way you can to protect our NHS from reform and stop independence, which is what the Greens and Plaid Cymru want. Lion. So please do, because I didn't learn that for nothing. Thanks. And alongside Scotland and Wales, there are locals in England. Well, you can guess who I went to for that, right? Baroness Pigeon herself. And the scale of opportunity here is huge. Across England, around 5,000 councillors are being elected. 5,000 people who will decide how our towns and countries are run, whether local services improve or decline, shaping the daily lives of millions of people. The roads, housing, planning, rubbish collection, parking permits, social care, buses, parks, libraries. I could go on, but I shan't, because Ed needs to come on. Now, before I forget, before you are doing the wallet thing, you're doing the cash thing. Come on, MPs. Tim, very good. Yes, he literally is doing it. When Liberal Democrats win locally, people notice. They see councillors who work hard. They see councillors who listen. And we see this, and we know this is how we can build our party further. Every Lib Dem councillor strengthens our communities and strengthens our future, because every council seat we win today is a foundation stone to sending many more Lib Dem MPs to Westminster at the next general election. And across England, we have the chance to make real breakthroughs. When I talked to Caroline, chair of the Liberal Democrats in England, to tell us a little about the importance of these elections, she said, "We're building on last year's incredible local election results, when the Lib Dems finished ahead of both the Conservatives and Labour for the first time ever. And over the past year, we've proved it wasn't a one-off. Lib Dems have won more council by-elections than Reform, standing up for our communities and beating them at the ballot box. This May, we're aiming even higher, from Hull to Portsmouth, from Huntingdonshire to the new authorities in Surrey. We're fighting to win more councils and elect more Liberal Democrat councillors. And in big cities like Birmingham, Sheffield, Newcastle, thank you, it's the Lib Dems taking the fight to Labour, the Conservatives and Reform. And in London, we're pushing for our best results in more than 20 years. Talking of London, in London we have 1,800 seats up for grabs. Any Londoners here? And me again, I'm just not English. So I asked Luke Taylor, our London spokesperson, about our chances here. He sent me this much, okay? I've edited it. We still may be here for a little while. London is a Liberal city, and this May we have a chance to spread a catchy shade of Liberal Democrat orange all over the city. Do give a whoop if you hear a borough you like the sound of. With Labour support cratering in Merton, Southwark, Lambeth, Camden, Haringey, we have the chance to make big gains and be the biggest parties on the council. In Barnet, Islington, Lewisham, Waltham Forest, Wandsworth, Westminster, Tower Hamlets, we have the chance to elect Liberal Democrat councillors back into the councils that have been Lib Dem free for far too long. Our councillors and activists in Croydon, Bromley will be fighting reform directly and aiming to grow our groups to provide progressive, positive voices in their civic chambers. And in Ealing, and my personal borough of Brent, Kensington and Chelsea, a three-way tussle with Labour and Conservatives will be critical to come out on top and continue to grow our teams. And in our London heartlands of Sutton, Kingston, Richmond, we can dismantle the last pieces of Conservative campaign machinery to banish them to oblivion for a generation. Wouldn't that be amazing? The opportunity's never been bigger, and we may not be again, and it might not be again for decades. So please support our teams to grasp the chance in front of us. Please donate. So we have a huge donate opportunity, and one we can only maximise with more funds. Campaigns need leaflets, data, digital campaigns, polling, as well as amazing volunteers on the ground, like you. And that's resources. £10, 300 A3 colour leaflets that would buy. £20, 1,000 canvas leaflets. £50, 1,500 tabloid newspapers. £100 would buy 10 supersigned Corex boards or a ward-wide digital campaign. And £500 would buy 800 printed and posted letters or 5 local digital pushes. So, if you believe in a stronger Liberal Democrat future, if you want breakthroughs in Scotland, if you want Liberal Wales to flourish, and if you want Liberal Democrat councillors winning across England, and if you want London painted orange, dig deep, give what you can, because every pound we raise here today goes straight into that fight. And together, we can win big. See you in autumn. Thank you.
Greenland residents are raising concerns over Donald Trump's threats to take over the Danish territory.
Breaking news that airstrikes have been carried out on the Venezuelan capital, Caracas.
The United States and Israel are launching airstrikes across Iran. Trump says the objective is to defend the American people.
You can talk all you want about international niceties and everything else, but we live in the real world that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power.
I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way.
President Trump is acting like an international gangster.
Flames pouring into the night sky over Tehran after Israel struck 4 separate oil facilities around the city.
The price of oil has gone up more in the last 24 hours than on any other single day in the last 6 years.
Families could see their energy bills rise by £500 a year as a result of Trump's illegal war.
And Sir Ed Davey, I think, was bang on when he was asking about energy bills. That is exactly what people are worried about today. How is this going to actually affect me on the street?
Ed Davey has always been exceedingly critical of Donald Trump, and he's always really been calling for the government to stand up to Donald Trump.
So there are only 2 ways of getting him to back down: bribing him or standing up to him like we would with any other bully. National sovereignty matters. International law matters. Without them, the world is far more dangerous, and we are all less safe.
Bonjour! Thank you, friends. What a wonderful weekend it's been here in York. It's hard to remember now just how different things were the last time we met here, only 2 short years ago. We didn't know it, but we were just 2 months away from Rishi Sunak standing outside number 10 as he called that general election, wishing he'd remembered the umbrella. And I didn't know it, but I was just a few more weeks away from my first ever bungee jump. Life comes at you fast. But I want to take a moment for us all to reflect on everything we've achieved together since then, how far we've come. When I stood on this stage 2 years ago, we were still a party of just 15 MPs. When I stood on this stage, I asked you to believe that our party had something real to offer and could come back after a decade of disappointment. To believe that knocking on doors in seats we'd never won before wasn't a waste of your time, but an opportunity to win for our party and deliver for our country. And you did it. You believed, you worked, and we won! Every canvassing session, every donation, every leaflet through every letterbox, you brought us here. Our 72 seats belong to you. Thank you. Thank you for building us the strongest platform we've had for over 100 years to take our party and our values to even greater success. For now, we have new challenges before us, even more urgent than the last. But before I address the future, I want to talk about 2 former colleagues, 2 great Scots, 2 great Liberals, whose wisdom and friendship we will miss dearly, Jim Wallace and Ming Campbell. Jim Wallace was one of the architects of Scottish devolution, a man who helped shape the Holyrood Parliament from its very first days. And of course, he was a great champion for Orkney and Shetland and a man of deep faith and profound decency. And Jim was, for me, something else as well. He was the first Liberal Democrat MP I ever met. He gave me my first job in our party. I would not be standing here today without Jim Wallace. And I suspect there are many of us in this room who could say something similar, because he was a mentor, a guide, a steady hand at moments when we needed one. Jim devoted his life to public service, to his Christian faith, and to our cause of liberalism. We will miss him. We will always miss him. And that loss sits alongside another, because just a few months before we lost Jim, in September, we lost Ming Campbell, another friend and our colleague, and of course, our former leader. 2 giants gone, 2 men who, in their own ways, embodied what our party is at its best: principled, compassionate, rooted in community, and always, always in it for the right reasons. 2 lives that should inspire everything we do from here. Now, I want to say more about Ming in a moment, but I think the best way to honour both of them, the best way to honour all those great Liberals who devoted their lives to our cause, is to remind ourselves what we are fighting for, what we'll always fight for, the Britain we are trying to build. Let me start with the simplest example of our cause, something that sounds so obvious but needs saying out loud, because the times we're living in can make it easy to forget. Things can get better. Not a slogan, a historical truth. The liberal hope, optimism, and reality others won't say. You see, Britain has been through incredibly tough times in the past, and each time, liberals have helped show the way through, the way forward. More than a century ago, a liberal government introduced the state pension, health insurance, and free school meals, and demolished trade barriers for our economy to grow. And then liberals invented the NHS. We fought for individual freedoms, decriminalizing homosexuality and ending capital punishment, legalizing same-sex marriage and introducing shared parental leave, championing civil liberties, from stopping the fingerprinting of children in schools to campaigning successfully for a Human Rights Act, and leading the work for the United Kingdom to look outwards, from our unswerving commitment to Europe and NATO, to our global leadership on international development and climate change, expanding renewable power and boosting funding for the poorest children at school. We did those things. Our party did those things. So to see both the values that drive us and our vision for the future start with our record. And remember that unlike Labour, we do not give in to the lazy assumption that the state always knows best. Instead, we start with people, with the intrinsic value and capability of every human being. Our mission, as you've heard me say many times, is to empower people and hold the already powerful to account, to give people the power and freedom to build their own lives. For unlike the Conservatives and Reform, we know that freedom is not just the absence of government. You are not free if you can't afford somewhere decent to live. You're not free if you can't get the care you need to lead a healthy, independent life. And you're not free if you can't get a good education. An active, effective state is not the enemy of freedom. Done right, it is the guarantor of freedom. In fact, our party's constitution sets out our purpose so well. It's right here on your membership card. The Liberal Democrats exist to build and safeguard a fair, free, and open society in which we seek to balance the fundamental values of liberty, equality, and community, and in which no one shall be enslaved by poverty, ignorance, or conformity. Fair, free, and open, liberty, equality, and community. No one enslaved by poverty, no one enslaved by ignorance, no one enslaved by conformity. What an amazing creed we all share. What a hopeful and ambitious vision for our country. What an incredible mission we are on together. And with illiberal extremists on the march across the world, our liberal mission has never been needed more than now. But a vision without a plan is just a con. And too many politicians in recent times have conned the British people, like the Brexiteers. The Conservatives and their partner in crime, Nigel Farage, with their botched Brexit deal that's cost British businesses billions and every British family thousands in higher tax. Not to forget the con job of Liz Truss's disastrous mini-budget, applauded by Kemi Badenoch and Nigel Farage alike as it crashed our economy and ended up not with tax cuts, but even higher Conservative tax rises. Then Labour promised to end that chaos, remember? What a con that's been. producing yet more tax rises and another government paralysed by infighting. And Keir Starmer, a Prime Minister who promised change but has proved so utterly out of touch with such a catastrophic lack of judgment. Different people, same old con job. And yet, Britain is not a country in decline. We are a country being held back. We have world-class universities, creative industries, life sciences, and financial services that are the envy of the world. The third largest AI market on the planet. So our task as a party is to show how we could unlock that potential, beginning with a growth plan that adds up. And that starts, you've probably guessed it, by rebuilding our broken relationship with Europe. A new customs union, a youth mobility scheme going far faster and deeper than Labour's timid so-called reset. Because every day we stick with this botched Brexit deal is another day British businesses pay more, export less, and fall farther behind. And it's not just about trade, it's about innovation too. Right now, too many brilliant British businesses, the kind that will define our economy in the decades to come, are being held back by a government that talks about technology but does nothing to help companies actually adopt it. We will change that with real practical incentives to help small and growing businesses get the tools they need to compete. And as energy costs soar again with yet another oil and gas price shock, we cannot keep leaving British industry dependent on the whims of foreign dictators on volatile global markets. So we will accelerate our homegrown renewable energy, cut bills, and make British industry genuinely energy competitive. That is the growth plan our country needs. A growth plan this government is disastrously lacking. And let's remember why growth matters. It is not an end in itself. But without growth, far faster growth, the broken social contract can never be rebuilt. So we will use the dividends of growth where they are needed most. A big cut in the cost of living, repairing the damage inflicted by Conservative and Labour tax rises so people do keep more of what they earn. A rescue plan for the NHS, fixing the social care crisis that's breaking families and breaking our health service along with them. And rebuilding our independent national defence for our United Kingdom. Conference, Donald Trump's war in Iran, now engulfing the whole Middle East, is not just a foreign policy crisis. For the UK, it's a test of who we are as a nation and what we believe in. So let me say something as clearly as I can. The Liberal Democrats stand with our brave armed forces, with the troops who have been put in the firing line by Trump's aggression and Iran's catastrophic response. And we also stand unambiguously for international law. For the protection of civilians, for a diplomatic path that even now could prevent this conflict from becoming something far, far worse. We've seen missiles, strikes and counterstrikes, families, ordinary, innocent families, caught in the crossfire of a conflict that nobody asked for and too few are trying hard enough to stop. I think about those girls killed in their school in Minab. I think about the teenagers killed at their synagogue in Beit Shemesh. I think about all the children now huddled in bomb shelters under blackout, not knowing what comes next. And I think about people's vulnerability, how quickly safety can be taken away, and how wars far away can hit everyone here in the United Kingdom too. Higher petrol prices, increased mortgage payments, rises in energy bills. Trump's war is already hitting families here, over £100 a year more in petrol alone, before energy bill rises, before mortgage costs climb. The parent in rural Devon who has no choice but to drive, the home carer getting from patient to patient, the small business owner whose van is their office, the farmer who needs heating oil just to get through winter. These are not abstractions. These people are our neighbours, and they are already paying the price for a war they didn't start and they don't support. Conference, I'm deeply worried about what higher energy bills later this year will mean for families and pensioners already on the edge. Hundreds of pounds more just to keep the lights on and the radiators warm because of Trump's war. And in the middle of all this, what did Kemi Badenoch and Nigel Farage choose to do? Cheer on Trump. Conservatives and Reform demanded the UK back Trump's illegal, damaging war without question, without a thought for how Trump's war would hurt British families and hurt British pensioners with higher petrol, mortgage and energy bills. As Donald Trump argued, rising oil and gas prices were a very small price to pay. Kemi Badenoch and Nigel Farage cheered in agreement. Their willingness to contract out British foreign policy, to sell out the well-being of the British people to Donald Trump, isn't patriotic, Conference. It's a betrayal. It's a betrayal of every family in this country sitting around the kitchen table trying to work out how to make ends meet. The Conservative Reform betrayal of Britain's national interest, yet again, as they pander to their friend Donald Trump. So let me be clear, Conference. The Liberal Democrats did not cheer for this war. Liberal Democrats will not be silent about its costs, and we will fight in Parliament, on the doorstep and across the country for the families now paying the price for Donald Trump's war. Britain needs a party that's shown it will stand up to Donald Trump for the British people. Conference, be proud. We are the British political party standing up to Trump. Moments like this, these are exactly the moments when I think about what this party is made of. And I think about Ming, because Ming understood better than almost anyone what it means to speak up in opposition to a foreign war when it is difficult. When the establishment is pointing in one direction and your conscience is pointing in another. Ming was our foreign affairs spokesperson when George Bush and Tony Blair went to war in Iraq in 2003. And Ming stood up clearly, courageously, unequivocally, and said, this war is wrong. The legal basis doesn't exist. The intelligence is being manipulated. Ming and Charles Kennedy stood together and said no. History proved them right. History vindicated every word. Ming was often described as the best foreign secretary Britain never had. I think that's exactly right. And the best tribute we can pay to Ming's memory is to be the party he would recognize, one that speaks up, even when it's uncomfortable, that puts principle above convenience, asks the hard questions, however unwelcome, because that is what liberals do. We carry your example with us, Ming. We always will. Because we know Britain can and must be a force for good in the world. Not a bystander, not a commentator, a force for good. And that, friends, is what liberals have always believed, what we believe today. But being a force for good does not mean being naive. It means confronting the world not as we'd like it to be, but as it is. So we believe in a strong Britain, a nation that our allies can count on, and one that our enemies dare not cross. Putin's war on Ukraine and Trump's election in America have changed the strategic landscape of Europe forever. We said so at the time when others hedged. We were right. The world is more dangerous. And that requires real investment in our armed forces, our intelligence services, our cyber defenses, and the alliances that make collective security possible. That's why the government must get on with it and raise defense spending to 3% of GDP by 2030 at the latest. Why it should adopt our proposal for defense bonds to raise billions for our armed forces, and why it should lead on a European rearmament bank. Why it has to reverse the Conservative troop cuts that slashed the British Army to its smallest since the Napoleonic War, and why it must also reverse Labour and Conservative cuts to our Royal Navy that have left it smaller than at any time since the English Civil War almost 4 centuries ago. And there's something else we must confront about our critical national defences. In this time of Trump and MAGA making the United States such an unreliable ally, our party has always believed in an independent nuclear deterrent. But today, the Trident missiles in our Vanguard subs are leased from the United States. Their maintenance depends on American facilities. And that means the operability of our nuclear deterrent depends on the goodwill of whoever sits in the Oval Office. Now, a few years ago, that didn't feel like an issue. It certainly feels like one now. Our long-term commitment to multilateral disarmament is unchanged. But we must confront the world as it is. So Britain's nuclear deterrent must be genuinely, verifiably ours, not dependent on Trump or whoever his successor may be. And as the UK now prepares to replace Trident in the 2040s, we should make the decision now to spend the billions required over the next 2 decades here in the UK, not in the US. Britain has the best scientists, the best engineers, the best builders in the world. So let's get building our own capability to maintain our nuclear deterrent here in the UK, and in the long run, to manufacture our own truly independent nuclear deterrent made in Britain. But conference, liberals also know this. True national security is about far more than just hardware. It's about alliances, standing, and respect in the world. Our Liberal friend, Mark Carney, who won Canada's election by standing up to Trump, put it best. The power of legitimacy, integrity, and rules will remain if we choose to wield it together. He's right, isn't he, Conference? The Conservatives spent years making Britain less safe by making Britain less trusted, breaking international law, hollowing out our soft power, trashing our relationship with Europe. It was sabotage, masquerading as patriotism. Yet both the Conservatives and Reform are determined to isolate the United Kingdom still further. Conference, for the defence and security of our country, we cannot let them. And nor can we let other parties sabotage Britain by taking us out of NATO. So reckless, so dangerous. Our party offers something different. Defence rooted in values as well as capability. A Britain that is secure because it is respected, and respected because it is strong. That is the liberal Britain I want us to build. But first, we must confront another threat that is much closer to home. The one that in many ways frightens us most. Because the greatest danger to the Britain we love does not come from Tehran or Moscow. It comes from within. From a dark form of politics that wraps itself in the Union Jack while working to undermine everything that flag is supposed to represent. Nigel Farage and Reform. Farage does not want to solve Britain's problems. He needs them. He uses people's problems to fuel him and his party while offering no solutions. And the tragedy is, millions of people face real problems and are genuinely struggling. People who can't see a GP, can't afford their energy bills, people who've seen their communities hollowed out. We must speak up for them with real solutions. In the way, for example, we've championed family carers, the daughters and sons, husbands and wives, brothers and sisters, looking after loved ones, keeping them out of hospital, holding the NHS together and getting almost nothing in return. Forgotten, ignored, and let down time and time again. And there are so many people like them who feel the same way. They all deserve real answers, real action. But what they're being offered by Reform is a man with a pint and a grievance and no plan whatsoever. Another con man, like the failed former Conservatives who now stand behind him. Strip away Farage's insults, strip away the outrage, and there's nothing there. Every week, another empty press conference, full of sound and fury and signifying nothing. Fawning over Trump, willing, even eager, to echo the talking points of Vladimir Putin's murderous regime. These are not the actions of a man who loves our United Kingdom. They are the actions of a man who would sacrifice our proud British values to turn our country into his version of Trump's America. Let me say it plainly, Conference. Nigel Farage is no patriot. He's a conman, and Reform is just his latest big grift. Because the values that Farage and his cronies seek to undermine, democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law, these are not just some nice luxuries. They are the foundations of our United Kingdom. And those foundations have a name and a date and a meadow beside the Thames when they were first laid down 800 years ago at Runnymede. A group of barons forced a despotic king to accept something radical, that power was not absolute, that even the most powerful are bound by the rule of law, that some rights are inalienable, and that the power of government rests in the consent of the governed. All embodied in Magna Carta, the Great Charter, another of England's great inventions and one of our greatest exports. If Donald Trump were ever to walk down the street from the White House and visit the National Archives, perhaps to read the Constitution, just say perhaps, and in reading the Constitution, see what it says about running for a third term. If he went to America's National Archives, the very first document he would see is Magna Carta. Democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law. These are British values, genuinely, historically, proudly British, not imported, not imposed, asserted by us, for us, ours. So let's be clear-eyed, conference. When Farage and Reform threaten the democratic rights of those who don't vote for them, when they go after individual judges who don't rule in their favour, when they treat the rule of law as an inconvenience to be swept aside, they are not defending our United Kingdom. They are betraying it. They're taking a sledgehammer to the very foundations that Magna Carta laid down 8 centuries ago. And when they cozy up to Donald Trump, a man who's shown open contempt for democracy, who treats allies as servants and the rule of law as beneath him, they are not making Britain great. They are trying to turn it into Trump's America. That is not patriotism. That is its opposite. It is a force that threatens to tear our great country apart, and we cannot let it. So today, I want to call for something bold, something that this moment demands, and this party is uniquely placed to champion. A new Magna Carta for modern Britain. Not a literal rewriting of an 800-year-old document, but a renewed national commitment enshrined in law to the values that have always made Britain worth defending. The rule of law, with the courts always independent of political interference. A commitment to universal human rights that cannot be ripped up at the whim of a populist like Farage. Trial by jury. Yes, still a fundamental right that we hold dear. A democracy that is transparent, accountable, and resistant to the authoritarian creep we see in other countries, and resistant to the authoritarian creep, Donald Trump. And it should go much further than the old Magna Carta to enshrine the rights we have asserted over generations since. A free press, genuinely free. Freedom of expression, and yes, that means on social media too. The proud British and liberal commitment to universal healthcare, free at the point of use, something else Farage wants to scrap. And while we're at it, let's go further. To not just defend our democracy, but strengthen it for the future. Protecting our democracy from foreign interference, whether that's Donald Trump or Vladimir Putin, Chinese spies or Elon Musk. And yes, conference, giving everyone equal power and an equal voice through proportional representation. A new Magna Carta for modern Britain, a written constitution to protect our rights and freedoms, to defend our country from Farage and reform, to hold the powerful to account and give everyone real power. Friends, Magna Carta was not given to the people of this country. They fought for it. And if we want to keep what it stands for, we'll have to fight for it again. Our party will always be up for that fight. We are the party that says we did not inherit this democracy by accident, and we will not surrender it through complacency. That's what this fight is about, conference. And we have to win for our values and for our country. Right now, we have a Labour government with an enormous majority that has wasted its chance for change. The Conservative Party, that's proved it was unfit for government, is now proving it is unfit for opposition too. And Reform and the Greens offering only anger and bluster instead of answers. In that landscape, the Liberal Democrats are not just important, we are essential. We are the party of hope, the party that believes the best of Britain rather than the worst, the party that says, yes, things are hard and the problems are real, but we can fix them together because the British people always have. So what we face ahead of us is this: a moral responsibility to win, to stop reform, and a historic opportunity to win for the liberal Britain people need. At the last election, we had a strategy focused on winning, and we won more seats than any time in our party's history. Since then, we've won hundreds more seats in councils across England. And that's why, in May, I know we will win big again across England, Wales, and Scotland. To be honest, it's just a shame I can't bet on it. But to be fair, I do have insider knowledge. I've seen you at work. I've sat in the church halls and village pubs and community centres where our councillors and MPs and volunteers are doing the quiet, unglamorous work of rebuilding trust, doing what our unique brand of community politics is all about. Listening to people, really listening, showing up year after year, and caring, truly caring about people, about the places they live, about the country we love. That's how we win. That's how we beat the populists and deliver for our communities. And I've knocked on enough doors to know that when people look you in the eye and say they've had enough of being lied to, taken for granted, told to put up with a politics that never improves their lives, they are ready for something different. We are that something different, not because we are perfect, but because our values are right. And also because we see them, the mother struggling to get a child a mental health appointment, the young couple priced out of a home, the small business owner wondering why no one in government is on their side. We do not offer a slogan or a scapegoat. We offer a plan. And we offer a party that will always, always show up. Conference, there is a future for Britain that I can see clearly. Fair, free, and open. Where hard work is rewarded and aspiration is real, secure at home and respected abroad. A country that tells its children, whoever you are, wherever you are from, here you can succeed and thrive. The Britain that Jim Wallace and Ming Campbell devoted their lives to building, that all of us here are determined to build. A Britain that is worth every door knocked, every leaflet delivered, and yes, every bungee jump completed. That Britain is possible. It's not a fantasy. It's a choice. A choice between hope and fear, between opening ourselves up and closing ourselves off, between becoming Trump's America and being proudly, defiantly, eccentrically Britain. The Liberal Democrats choose hope. We choose openness. We choose the Britain that we love and the values that we share, and we will fight with everything we have for the country we know is possible. Thank you.